Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact, seal our agreement with a like, and subscribe to summon the next nightmare. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15. Just you, the rain, and the story. In return, leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door, and let's begin. My name was carved into the bone. I pressed my flashlight against the T-Rex femur, 5 feet above the floor where I'd been examining rust patterns on the exhibit bolts. There it was, fresh scratches in 65 million-year-old fossil. Russell Harding. Below it, a date. 1 week from tonight. My hand trembled. The beam danced across the letters. Can you imagine seeing your own name carved into something that shouldn't exist? Something that's been locked behind velvet ropes and rusted steel brackets for 4 years. I've worked night watch at the Rothwell Museum for 18 months. Alone. No one enters Hall C during my shifts. The motion sensors have been disabled since the 90s. Budget cuts, they said, but I would have heard footsteps. I always hear footsteps. The cold from the marble floor seeped through my boots. It was 1:46 in the morning. I knew because I check my watch obsessively at night. It's the only way I stay grounded in the silence. The vaulted ceiling swallowed the sound of my breathing. Even the hum of the ventilation system felt wrong tonight, delayed, like it was coming from somewhere far away. I stepped back. The skeleton loomed above me, 15 feet of ancient bone reassembled into a predator's stance. But something was different. The skull. It was facing the west exit now, jaws parted slightly, empty eye sockets aimed directly at the double doors that led to freedom. It hadn't been facing that direction yesterday. I'd walked past this exhibit every night for 6 nights straight, ever since I noticed. Something. A feeling. The kind of dread that lives in your gut and whispers that you're being watched. But what I discovered during those nights, what I was only beginning to understand, made my name on that bone feel like a promise. Or a threat. The air smelled wrong. Dust, yes. Old wood and mineral oil they use on the display cases. But underneath, decay, fresh decay, organic and wet like something that had been dead for days, not millennia. My flashlight flickered. Once, twice. I smacked it against my palm. The beam steadied, but the batteries were dying. I had spares in the security office, 3 floors down, through corridors that suddenly felt impossibly far away. I should have left then, should have run. But I couldn't stop staring at my name, at the date. Who did this? How? The fluorescent emergency lights along the baseboards cast long shadows up the skeleton's vertebrae. I watched those shadows. They didn't move. The entire hall was frozen, suspended in that dead hour between night and morning when even the city outside goes silent. Then I heard it, a sound like settling wood, like old joints adjusting under weight. It came from above me, from the skeleton itself. I stepped back. My heels scraped marble. The T-Rex's jaw moved. Not much, just a fraction. A crack appearing where the upper and lower mandibles met, widening with a sound like splitting ice. My flashlight caught the gap. Darkness inside, deeper than it should be. And from that darkness, a smell rolled out, cold air, stale and underground, carrying the faint copper tang of something I didn't want to name. The beam flickered again, died, returned. The jaw had opened wider. I could see inside now, past the teeth, into the rib cage beyond. There was something in there, not bone, not shadow, something that moved with breath, something that knew I was watching. And then from deep within that impossible space, I heard a voice. My voice, whispering my name. 2 weeks earlier, I noticed the skeleton had moved. I'd walked past the T-Rex in Hall C every night for 3 months. Same route, same checklist. My footsteps echoed off marble the way they always did, sharp reports in the cold silence. The building held onto winter like a grudge even in April, but that night, something felt off. I stopped at the exhibit entrance, swept my flashlight across the platform. The skeleton wasn't centered anymore. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, checked again. The damn thing had rotated. Not much, maybe 15 degrees clockwise. The skull that used to face the north wall now angled toward the hallway, toward the west exit. My pulse kicked up. I pulled chalk from my belt and marked the base. 4 precise lines where the display bolts met the floor. If this was a prank, I'd have proof tomorrow. The next morning, I caught Evelyn Price before her coffee cooled. Showed her the photos on my phone. Someone moved the exhibit, I said. She glanced at the screen, shrugged. Kids, probably, urban explorers, they break in sometimes. The motion sensors haven't worked in Hall C for years. She sipped her coffee. You know that, Russell. I did know that. But what I didn't know was how anyone could have moved 3 tons of fossilized bone without leaving a trace. That afternoon, I returned to the exhibit with a wrench, knelt beside the bolts. The metal was ice cold under my fingertips, rough with corrosion. I tried to turn one. It didn't budge. None of them did. The rust had fused them to the floor, thick orange patterns that looked decades old, untouched, unmoved. But the chalk marks told a different story. The skeleton had rotated 15 degrees. I had proof, and no one could explain how. I stopped marking the floor after the 3rd night. There was no point. The chalk lines had multiplied into a perfect geometric record of 15-degree intervals, each one precisely measured, undeniable. I knew the pattern now. Every night at exactly 1:47 in the morning, the skeleton moved. Not fell, not shifted, moved. So I decided to watch. The first night I positioned myself in the shadows behind the sauropod exhibit, 30 feet from the Tyrannosaurus. My watch read 1:43. The museum air tasted stale, recycled through decades of ductwork, carrying that particular coldness that settles into old buildings after midnight. I kept my flashlight off, waited. 1:46. My breath fogged in the beam of emergency lighting filtering through the vaulted ceiling. Can you imagine standing there, watching a skeleton you know will move, feeling your rational mind scream that it's impossible while your gut tightens with certainty? 1:47. Nothing. Then I heard it, not grinding, not scraping. Silence. The complete absence of sound that should accompany 12 tons of bone rotating on corroded bolts. The skeleton turned 15 degrees clockwise in one smooth, fluid motion. No vibration, no friction, just movement. I didn't breathe for 30 seconds after it stopped. The second night, I brought the old handheld camera from the supply closet, the kind with the flip-out screen and grainy night vision. I set it on a tripod, aimed it at the exhibit base, and let it record from 1:30 until 2:15. When I reviewed the footage in the security office, my hands shook so badly I nearly dropped the camera. But what I saw on that screen would change everything. The playback showed exactly what I'd witnessed. Smooth rotation, no mechanism, no explanation. Just bone pivoting on fused steel as if the laws of physics had quietly excused themselves. And in the silence of that impossible movement, the camera had captured something else. A faint rhythmic pulse, like a heartbeat, buried beneath the white noise. The footage played on loop in my mind as I returned to Hall C the next afternoon. That pulse beneath the static. I needed to look closer at the exhibit itself, not just watch it move. The platform stood 3 feet high, reinforced steel bolted into the marble floor. I crouched beside it, running my flashlight along the base. Dust coated everything, thick, undisturbed years of accumulation. The bolts were orange with rust, fused solid just as Evelyn had said. But there, near the back corner, something gleamed. A metal plaque, small, maybe 6 inches across. It sat flush against the platform's edge, half hidden by shadow. I leaned in, angling the light. The engraving was precise, professional, assembled 1987 from 3 excavation sites. Hell Creek Formation, Montana. Lance Formation, Wyoming. Unidentified remains from Philadelphia County mistakenly cataloged as fossilized material. I read it twice, 3 times. Unidentified remains, human remains. My throat tightened. The air in Hall C suddenly felt thicker, harder to breathe. I pulled out my phone and snapped photos of the plaque, then stood and walked quickly to the archive room in the basement. The filing cabinets were a mess, decades of documentation crammed into rusted drawers that screamed when I yanked them open. I searched for exhibit records, installation notes, anything from 1987. Nothing. No mention of the plaque, no mention of mixed remains. The official documentation listed only the Hell Creek and Lance formations. 2 sites, not 3. But what I'd found down there wasn't the strangest part. I returned to Hall C an hour later, kneeling again beside the platform. The plaque was still there, gleaming faintly in my flashlight beam. I reached out, hesitated, then pressed my palm flat against the metal. It was warm, not room temperature, warm, like something alive had been touching it moments before. The skeleton loomed above me, silent and still, but I could swear I felt it watching, waiting for 1:47 a.m. And I realized I had no idea what would happen when it finished turning. I positioned myself in the far corner of Hall C at 1:39 a.m. 8 minutes until the skeleton moved again. The marble floor beneath my boots felt glacier cold, even through rubber soles. My breath misted in the air. Thin white clouds that shouldn't exist in a climate-controlled building. The T-Rex loomed 15 feet away, silent, waiting. I'd seen it rotate on camera, but watching through a screen was different than standing here. Can you imagine the difference? Pixels versus bone, distance versus proximity, safety versus... Whatever this was, my heart hammered against my ribs. 1:43, 4 minutes. The hall's heating vents rattled somewhere above, but the sound was wrong, delayed, like an echo arriving before the source. That uncanny wrongness crawled up my spine. 1:46. 60 seconds. I held my breath. The skeleton stood motionless, ancient bone fused to corroded steel. Nothing suggested movement was even possible, and yet, 1:47 a.m. The T-Rex rotated, smooth, impossible, 15 degrees clockwise with the whisper of grinding stone. No mechanism, no explanation, just bone pivoting on rust. Then it stopped. Silence pressed against my eardrums, and from deep inside the ribcage, a voice, my voice. I've been trapped here since 1987. The words echoed through hollow bone, distorted but unmistakable. Every night I turned toward freedom, my legs locked, my throat closed. Don't be here when I face the exit. The voice fell silent. The skeleton remained still. What would you do? Run? Investigate? I stood frozen, trying to process what I'd just heard. My own voice. But I hadn't spoken, my own words. But I'd never said them. But the real question burned deeper than fear. If that was me inside the bones, where was I standing right now? I fled Hall C and went straight to the archives. The basement stairwell was narrower than I remembered. My flashlight beam shook against the concrete walls. Each step echoed too loud, then too soft, like the building was swallowing sound. The archive door was wedged open with a rusted fire extinguisher. Inside, the air hit me first, thick with mold and something sweeter. Rot. Not food rot, paper rot. The kind that gets into your throat and stays there. I yanked the chain for the overhead bulb. It flickered twice before holding. Rows of filing cabinets stretched into shadow. Water dripped somewhere behind the shelves, steady as a metronome. The floor was slick. My boots left prints in something dark I didn't want to identify. 1987. I needed anything from 1987. The cabinets were labeled by decade, but the order made no sense. 70s next to 90s. 60s missing entirely. I pulled drawer after drawer. My fingers came away black with dust and moisture. The metal was cold enough to ache. Then I found it. A drawer marked personnel. 85 to 89. The folders inside were swollen with dampness, edges curled like dead leaves. I spread them across the nearest table. Maintenance reports, incident logs, time cards bundled with rubber bands that disintegrated at my touch. But what I found buried at the back would change everything I thought I understood. A folder, thicker than the rest. The tab read Lowell, Kenneth. I opened it. Assembly worker, third shift. Hired March of '87 to help install the new dinosaur exhibit. His employee photo showed a man in his 30s, thin face, nervous smile. He looked ordinary, the kind of person you'd forget an hour after meeting. His final time card was clipped to the inside cover. Date, October 9th, 1987. Clock in, 11 p.m. Clock out, blank. But someone had written in red ink across the bottom. Last seen 1:47 a.m. Hall C framework assembly. My hands wouldn't stay steady. The flashlight rolled off the table and clattered to the wet floor. There was more. An incident report. Single page. Typed. Employee Kenneth Lowell failed to report for shift end. Search conducted. No trace found. Last confirmed location inside T-Rex skeletal framework during vertebrae installation. Police notified. Investigation inconclusive. Case suspended November 87. Body never recovered because he was still there, inside the bones, inside the thing that turned every night at 1:47. I looked back at his photo, at his eyes, and that's when I noticed the handwriting at the bottom of the report. The note someone had scrawled in faded pencil, almost invisible now after decades in the damp. It said, "He's not the first." The archive had more than personnel files. I found the security tapes in a cardboard box behind the water heater. The smell hit me first. Mildew and old plastic. Decades of neglect compressed into one rotting corner. VHS cases labeled in faded marker. March '94, October 2001, September 2009. Each one marked the same month, September or October. My hands trembled as I fed the first tape into the ancient player mounted on a rusted cart. The monitor flickered to life. Gray static. Then grainy footage of Hall C. A man stood beneath the T-Rex. 40s. Tired eyes. Security uniform just like mine. He was talking to someone off camera. No, wait. His lips moved, but the audio was distorted. I turned up the volume. "Shouldn't be here. I tried to warn you." His own voice. Echoing from the skeleton. I watched him stumble backward. Watched him shine his flashlight on the femur. Watched him find something carved there. His face went pale. The timestamp read October 4th, 1994, night 6. The footage cut to static. I loaded the next tape. Different man, same scene. 2001. He pressed his palm against the bone, reading something I couldn't see. His mouth formed silent words. Then he looked directly at the camera. And I swear he was looking at me. The tape ended abruptly. I went through 4 more. Each one the same, different faces. Same terror, same night. Night 6. But what chilled me most was the realization creeping up my spine like cold fingers. None of those men ever filed a final report. None of them clocked out. I pulled up the employment records on my phone, cross-referenced the dates. All of them vanished, without a trace. On night 6, tonight was my 5th night, and tomorrow, the pattern would demand its answer. Night 6 arrived with the weight of inevitability. I stood in the basement office at 1:43 a.m., staring at the tools I'd laid across the desk. A crowbar, bolt cutters, a hammer heavy enough to shatter bone, or whatever those fossils had become. The metal felt cold in my palms, slick with the nervous sweat that had started hours ago and never stopped. Could I really do this? Dismantle a priceless museum exhibit based on grainy VHS tapes and my own unraveling mind? What would you do? I climbed the stairs. Each step echoed through the empty building like a countdown. The crowbar scraped against my belt with every movement, a metallic whisper that made my teeth ache. At 1:45, I pushed through the doors into Hall C. The T-Rex stood motionless beneath the vaulted ceiling. No movement, no sound, just bone and shadow and the smell of something wrong, not decay exactly, but time itself gone sour. I approached the femur where I'd seen my name carved. My flashlight beam trembled across the surface, catching the grooves of letters. Russell Harding, still there. Still dated 1 week from tonight. I lowered the beam. Kenneth Lowell's name sat directly beneath mine, carved in identical script. 1987 scratched beside it. But what I found beneath Kenneth's name made my breath catch in my throat. Another name, Samuel Ortiz. 1994. I angled the light lower, hands shaking now. Jacob Reinhardt, 2001. Michael Chen, 2008. The names descended down the length of the femur like tombstones, each one separated by 6 or 7 years. I counted them as the crowbar slipped from my grip and clattered against the marble floor, the sound impossibly loud in the suffocating silence. 12 names, 12 watchmen, and at 1:47 a.m. the skeleton began to move. The grinding sound filled Hall C as bones scraped against fused steel. Slow, deliberate. The T-Rex skeleton pivoted the final 15 degrees until its skull faced the museum exit dead-on. I stumbled backward. My wrench clattered against marble. The rotation stopped. Silence pressed against my eardrums, thick and suffocating. My breath came in short gasps that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. The air smelled wrong, metallic, like copper wire left too long in water. Then the jaw moved, not fast, not violent, just opening, inch by impossible inch. The ancient hinges shouldn't function. They'd been wired shut since 1987, but they swung wide with a wet, grinding noise that made my teeth ache. What would you do? Stand there? Run? I couldn't move. The ribcage came next. Each bone separated with surgical precision, splitting along invisible seams I'd never noticed before. The sound was organic, living, like something hatching from the inside out. A figure emerged from between the ribs. Human, solid, real. Wearing a security uniform I'd only seen in archive photographs, navy blue with gold piping, the Rothwell Museum patch from 3 decades ago. The man stepped through bone as though passing through fog, his boots making no sound against the floor. I recognized his face immediately. My face, older, weathered. Deep lines carved around eyes that had seen too many nights. Gray threaded through hair I still kept dark, but the scar above his left eyebrow. I'd gotten that when my daughter pushed me into the pool edge. 7 years ago. He looked at me with something worse than fear. Pity. I tried to warn you, he said. His voice was mine, roughened by decades I hadn't lived yet. But what he said next would make everything I discovered seem like mercy. I ran, my boots hammered against marble as I bolted for the exit. Behind me, the older version of myself didn't follow, just watched with that terrible, knowing sadness. The double doors loomed ahead, 20 feet, 10. The doors slammed shut, a sound like a gunshot echoing through Hall C. I crashed into them shoulder first. Locked. The metal was warm, wrong. No, 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 no. The lights cut out. Pure darkness swallowed everything. I couldn't see my hands. Couldn't see the doors. Just the frantic sound of my own breathing and the copper taste of panic flooding my mouth. Then, a hydraulic hiss. The lights flickered back on. The doors were different, heavier wood, brass handles instead of steel. I spun around and the world tilted, fresh paint. That was the first thing I smelled, sharp and chemical, like someone had just finished the walls. Sawdust hung in the air, tickling my throat. The temperature was warmer, the heating system rumbling differently than I'd ever heard it. On the wall, a calendar. October 1987. What would you do? Can you imagine standing there, watching your present dissolve into someone else's past? Footsteps echoed from the east corridor. Voices. Men laughing, discussing work schedules and overtime pay. Getting closer. I turned back to Hall C. The T-Rex wasn't assembled yet. Just the metal framework, a skeletal cage of support beams waiting for bones, tools scattered across the floor, work lights casting harsh shadows. "Hey, you the new assembly guy," a voice called. A man in coveralls rounded the corner. His name tag read Kenneth Lowell. My throat closed. I tried to speak to warn him, but no sound came. He smiled. "Come on, we're behind schedule. Need you inside the framework to secure the ribcage bolts." I looked at the metal cage, at the space where a man could fit, where a man could be forgotten. The real horror wasn't what I'd discovered, it was what I'd become. Kenneth gestured toward the framework. "You coming?" I walked forward, not because I chose to, but because I already had. The metal was cold against my palms as I climbed inside. The fabric felt wrong the moment I touched it. Cold. Too cold for something that had just finished a hot cycle. I pulled the bundle from washer 7, and the fluorescent lights overhead buzzed louder, as if they were listening. The smell hit me next, detergent, yes, but underneath, something metallic, copper. I unfolded the wet uniform, navy blue, security guard patch on the shoulder, and stitched across the chest pocket in white thread, Owen Brady, my name. My hands shook as I dug deeper into the drum. Keys, my keys, the ones with the bottle opener keychain my sister gave me 3 years ago. My wallet, leather warped and swollen. And a phone, not mine, newer. I pressed the power button. The screen lit up my face in cold blue light, and there was only one file saved. A video, time-stamped 6 months ago. January 14th. I should not have played it. The footage was grainy, security camera quality. The parking lot outside, I recognized the cracked asphalt, the 2 flickering streetlights. A man walked toward a sedan. He moved the way I move, shoulders hunched, hands in pockets. Then headlights flooded the frame. The impact was soundless, but I heard it anyway. The wet crunch of metal meeting bone. The body, my body, crumpled against the hood and rolled to the pavement. The car did not stop. Tail lights disappeared into the dark. The timestamp blinked, 1:30 a.m., but that was impossible. I had never worked here 6 months ago. I had never. The door chime rang. I looked up. A man stood in the entrance, garbage bag in hand, staring at me with hollow, unblinking eyes. The clock on the wall read 1:30 a.m. What he did next would prove I had been dead all along. My mind raced back. 4 nights earlier. The shift had started like all the others. 10 p.m. Fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, that sharp detergent smell already burrowing into my nostrils. Dennis came in first, hauling his bundled sleeping bag, nodding at me with that cracked tooth smile. I nodded back. We never talked much, but the acknowledgement mattered, you know. It was the only proof I existed some nights. Patty arrived around 11. Same anxious shuffle, same 3 blankets. She loaded washer 9, avoided eye contact, fed the machine quarters 1 by 1. The metallic clink echoed in the empty space. I busied myself wiping down the folding tables, pretending I had purpose. The hours crawled. Dennis left around midnight. Patty's dryer hummed its monotonous song. I scrolled my phone, refreshed emails that never came, checked messages from people who had stopped asking how I was. Can you imagine that kind of loneliness? Not dramatic, just hollow, but what happened at 1:30 would change everything. The door chimed. A man entered, tall, gaunt, eyes sunken like he hadn't slept in weeks. He carried a black garbage bag, the plastic crinkling with each step. His shoes squeaked on the linoleum. Patty glanced up, then quickly away. He went straight to washer 7. I watched him load the clothes, slow, deliberate, like he was performing surgery. He fed quarters into the slot, 8 of them. The machine chugged to life, water gushing, drums spinning. And then he just sat there, in the plastic chair across from it, staring, not glancing, not checking his phone, staring, unblinking. The washer hummed its cycle. I felt the vibration through the floor. 45 minutes passed. The spin cycle finished with that final mechanical groan. The man stood, walked to the door, and left. He didn't take the clothes. And that's when I realized something was very, very wrong. He came back the next night. Same time, 1:30 exactly. The door chimed and I looked up from the inventory clipboard, already knowing what I'd see. The same gaunt figure, the same garbage bag slung over his shoulder, the same hollow eyes that refused to meet mine. He walked straight to washer 7, dropped in 8 quarters, the metallic clink echoing through the empty laundromat. The sound felt too loud, too deliberate. He loaded the clothes without ceremony, shut the door, pressed the buttons. Then he sat in the same plastic chair 3 feet away and stared, and stared. I tried to focus on my work. I wiped down the folding tables. I restocked dryer sheets. I kept glancing over, expecting him to check his phone, stretch his legs, do something human. But he just watched. The drum spun behind the cloudy glass, clothes tumbling in a slow, hypnotic circle. His face never changed. 45 minutes. I timed it. When the cycle finished, the washer chimed its cheerful little beep. The man stood. He walked to the door. He left without touching the machine. The clothes sat there, damp and forgotten, smelling faintly of cheap detergent. What kind of person does that twice? The third night I was ready for him. I told myself I'd ask. Something casual. Hey, you forgot your laundry again. Simple, non-threatening. But when 1:30 came, when the door chimed and he walked through with that same dead-eyed stare, the words caught in my throat because there was something wrong with his face. Not disfigured, not injured, just absent, like a photograph of a person instead of the person themselves. He repeated the ritual 8 quarters, washer 7, the chair, the stare. This time I counted the seconds. 2,700. Exactly 45 minutes. He stood, turned, and walked out into the night. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, filling the silence he left behind. I waited 5 minutes. Then I crossed to washer 7 and opened the door. The smell hit me first, detergent, yes, but underneath it something faintly metallic. I pulled out the clothes piece by piece. A pair of jeans, faded, worn at the knees, 2 gray t-shirts, a flannel button-up with a frayed collar, socks, boxers, ordinary, completely, frustratingly ordinary. I pressed my palm against the inside of the drum. Cold metal, nothing hidden, nothing strange. I ran my fingers along the rubber seal, checking for what? A note, a clue. Can you imagine searching a washing machine for answers and having no idea what questions you're even asking? That's when I saw it. A scratch on the glass door. Thin, curved, like someone had dragged a key across the surface in a slow arc. I leaned closer, my breath fogging the glass. I'd worked here for 2 years. I knew every stain on the linoleum, every loose button on the chairs, every temperamental machine. I had never seen this scratch before, but oh, I knew it. The shape of it, the angle, the way it caught the light. Why did it feel like I'd traced it with my own fingers 100 times before? My hands shook as I dialed. The phone felt cold against my ear, too cold, like pressing ice to skin. The detergent smell in the air turned sharp, almost chemical. 3 rings. 4. Non-emergency line, this is Officer Ramsey. My throat tightened. I need to ask about a case. A hit and run. Outside the Suds and Spin laundromat on Archer Street. Keys clicking on the other end. Slow, mechanical. Date of incident: 6 months ago, January 14th. More clicking. A long pause that stretched too thin. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed louder, vibrating through my skull like static. "We have that file," Ramsey said. His voice was flat, professional, detached in a way that made my stomach drop. Victim was Owen Brady, 34 years old, struck by a vehicle at approximately 1:30 a.m., declared dead at the scene. The floor tilted. That's me," I whispered. "I'm Owen Brady." Silence. "Sir, I don't know what you're—" "I'm telling you, I'm Owen Brady. I work here. I'm standing in the laundromat right now." "Sir." His tone shifted, careful. "The way you talk to someone unstable." "Owen Brady was pronounced dead 6 months ago. The case is still open, unsolved." The phone slipped in my sweat-slicked palm. I pulled it away from my ear, and that's when I saw the screen. The date glowed white against black. January 14th. Not 6 months later. Not moved on, today, right now. The walls hummed. Not the machines, the walls themselves, pulsing with that fluorescent static, alive with something I couldn't name. The uniform on the folding table felt heavier, watching me with its empty name tag. But what I didn't understand yet was why the clock still hadn't moved past 1:29. My thumb trembled against the phone screen. I typed my own name into the search bar. The blue glow threw shadows across the dryer behind me, made the fluorescent hum overhead sound louder, sharper. The detergent smell turned metallic in my throat. The first result appeared. Owen Brady. January 14th, deceased. I tapped it. The obituary loaded in pieces, photo first, then text. My face stared back. Not a selfie I recognized. My sister must have chosen it. The article beneath used words like tragic and unsolved and community loss. I scrolled past the service details, past the survived by line that listed my sister Claire, my parents, past the part that said in lieu of flowers. I kept scrolling. But what I found next would prove far worse than any obituary. The news article appeared third in the search results. Local man killed in hit-and-run outside laundromat. I clicked. The page loaded slowly, each line of text appearing like a sentencing. The journalist had been thorough. Time of impact: approximately 1:45 a.m. Victim pronounced dead at scene. No witnesses. Security footage inconclusive. There was a photo. Grainy, dark parking lot. Yellow police tape. And beneath a blue tarp in the center of the frame, a shape. My shape. My hands went cold, not nervous cold. Dead cold. I opened my contacts, found Claire. Typed fast before I could think. It's Owen, I'm alive, call me. The message sent. Delivered, but no response came. No three dancing dots. Nothing. I dialed my landlord. The phone rang once, then a recorded voice. The number you have reached has been disconnected. I tried my parents, disconnected. I tried the convenience store below my apartment, disconnected. Every number I called, every person I texted, led nowhere. But then I heard something that made my blood freeze entirely. I wasn't going to wait until 1:30. The clock above the register read 1:15 a.m., 15 minutes before whatever was supposed to happen, before the man came through that door, before time folded in on itself again. I grabbed my jacket and shoved my phone into my pocket. My hands shook, but I moved anyway. The fluorescent lights hummed louder as I crossed the tile floor. Each step echoed wrong, like the room was listening. I reached the front door and pulled. Nothing. I pulled harder. The handle was ice cold under my palm, colder than metal should ever feel indoors. The lock was turned to open position, but the door wouldn't move. Come on, I whispered. My breath fogged in front of my face. When did it get so cold? I slammed my shoulder into the glass. Pain shot down my arm. The door didn't even rattle. It felt solid, immovable, like pushing against a wall. But the building had other plans for me. I turned and ran for the back exit, the employee door near the storage closet. Locked. I fumbled for my car keys, thinking maybe I could just drive through the damn window if I had to. What would you do, trapped in a place that shouldn't be able to hold you? I sprinted into the parking lot through the side door. It opened. Relief flooded through me for half a second. My sedan sat under the flickering streetlight. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted hard. The key snapped. Clean. Sharp. The metal broke in my hand like it was made of glass. I stared at the jagged edge, and the detergent smell from inside rolled over me in a wave, thick, chemical, suffocating. Then I blinked. The clock read 1:29 a.m. I was standing in front of washer 7. The door was already open, waiting. Inside, folded neatly, the uniform lay damp and ice-cold against my fingers. What happened in those missing 14 minutes, I still can't fully explain. But I knew one thing with absolute certainty: something was coming. And this time, I wouldn't be able to run from it. The door chime rang. 1:30 a.m. Exactly. He walked in with the garbage bag just like before. Same stride, same blank expression. But this time I was waiting. This time I wasn't going to let him load that washer and disappear into the fluorescent hum. Stop, my voice cracked. Just stop. He froze 3 feet from washer 7. The bag slid from his grip, quarters rattling inside. Up close I could see the exhaustion carved into his face. Lines too deep for sleep deprivation alone. Shadows under his eyes that looked permanent. You know, I said. My hands trembled. Don't you? You know what's happening. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. I'm sorry. The words came out like a confession pulled from somewhere deep and rotten. I'm so sorry, Owen, my name. He said my name. Who are you? Leonard Watts. He swayed slightly as if standing required effort he no longer possessed. I am, the driver. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder. The room tilted. You hit me. The words felt strange in my mouth. 6 months ago, in the parking lot, he nodded, once, sharp, final, and now I'm trapped. His voice barely rose above a whisper. I wake up every night at 1:30 a.m. I drive here. I watch you. He swallowed hard. I watch you walk outside. I hear the impact. I see you fall. Can you imagine that? Watching someone die every single night, the same death, the same moment. But what he said next made my blood freeze. I've tried everything, Leonard continued, his voice hollow. Warnings, blocking the door, slashing my own tires. Nothing works. He looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw something worse than guilt in his eyes. Desperation. You always walk outside, and time resets. The smell hit me then, sharp and unmistakable. Gasoline, burnt rubber, clinging to his jacket like a ghost that wouldn't let go. The scent crawled into my nose, my throat, familiar in a way that made my stomach turn. I stepped back. He stepped forward. How many times? I asked. His laugh came out broken. I stopped counting at 100. The washer behind me hummed. The uniform inside was still damp, still cold, still waiting. And that's when Leonard's eyes shifted past me to the machine and his face went pale, because what he saw there was something he had never seen before. The gasoline smell grew stronger as Leonard swallowed hard. That night, something broke. His voice cracked on the last word. I hit you at 1:32 a.m. Watched the paramedics load you into the ambulance. Drove home. Sat in my living room for 6 hours staring at my hands. His fingers trembled now against his thighs. I could see the knuckles blanched white. I fell asleep on the couch, he continued. Woke up behind the wheel, engine running. Clock said 1:30 a.m. He laughed, a hollow, airless sound. Thought I dreamed it. Then I saw you through the window folding towels at the counter. The fluorescent lights hummed louder. My mouth tasted like copper. How many times? I whispered. 147. The number fell between us like a stone. Give or take. I stopped counting after 90. What would you do if you killed someone and had to watch it happen again? And again. And again. I tried everything, Leonard said, his voice barely audible now. First time I ran inside, warned you, begged you not to go outside. You looked at me like I was insane. He rubbed his face with both hands. You walked out anyway at 1:58 a.m., right on schedule. But what he told me next changed everything. I disabled my car, slashed the tires, threw the keys into the storm drain. His eyes were bloodshot, rimmed with exhaustion I could almost feel in my own bones. Doesn't matter. The loop resets every time you step outside, every single time. And I wake up in the driver's seat, with the engine already running. The parking lot engine idled louder beyond the glass. Leonard's gaze dropped to the uniform still clutched in my hands, and something like recognition flickered across his hollow face. Leonard's face went pale. That's it, he whispered. The uniform, it's the anchor. I stared at the fabric in my hands, still cold, still damp. What do you mean? Every time I've watched you, his voice cracked. You're always wearing it when you step outside. Always. The loop doesn't reset when you walk out. It resets when you walk out wearing that. My fingers tightened around the polyester. The name tag felt like ice against my palm. Could it really be that simple? Destroy the uniform, break the loop. Help me, I said. We dragged the plastic chairs to the door, wedging them under the handle. Leonard shoved the vending machine. It scraped across the tile with a metallic shriek that made my teeth ache. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder as if protesting. I grabbed the uniform and pulled. Hard. The fabric resisted, then tore with a sound like ripping skin. Leonard seized Washer 7's door and yanked it open. The metal hinges screamed. He kicked the drum, once, twice. The third time something inside cracked. The detergent smell intensified, sharp chemical, suffocating. Keep going, Leonard panted. Sweat gleamed on his forehead. I shredded the sleeves, tore the name tag free, stuffed the pieces deep into the broken washer. Leonard pried off the control panel with a mop handle. Wires spilled out like entrails. We stood there, breathing hard, surrounded by wreckage. It has to work, I said. It has to, the lights flickered. Once, twice, can you feel it? That moment when you realize you've made a terrible mistake. The fluorescent hum dropped an octave, then stopped completely. The room plunged into silence so absolute it pressed against my eardrums. In the darkness, I heard Leonard's breath catch. Then the lights snapped back on. I was standing at Washer 7. The door was closed, unscratched, humming softly. My hands gripped the uniform, clean, dry, perfectly intact. The name tag gleamed under the lights. Across the room, Leonard sat in the plastic chair, garbage bag at his feet. His eyes were empty, unfocused, staring at nothing. The clock on the wall read 1:30 a.m. But what terrified me most wasn't the reset. It was the realization that destroying the uniform hadn't changed anything at all. The uniform is cold against my chest, but it fits perfectly, like it was always mine. Leonard sits in the chair, eyes vacant, garbage bag at his feet. The clock hums. 1:30 a.m. again, always again. Outside, the engine idles louder, closer. I hear the low rumble through the glass door, feel it vibrating in my ribs. The same engine from the video. The same engine that I press the phone screen. My own voice crackles out, tinny and distant. Yeah, I'm locking up now. Pause. 10 minutes tops. A loop within a loop. I look down at the name stitched across the chest pocket. Owen Brady. The letters are worn smooth, like someone has traced them 1,000 times, like I have. Can you imagine holding the moment of your own death in your hands? It smells wrong. Not detergent, not mildew, something metallic. Burnt rubber and gasoline mixed with something sweeter. Familiar. The smell of the parking lot at 1:30 a.m. I tried to run, tried to hide, tried to destroy it. But what I finally understood was this. The loop does not need Leonard. It needs me. Leonard was just the driver. I am the destination. The fluorescent lights flicker. The door chimes though no one has entered. My legs move without permission, carrying me toward the glass. Through it I see headlights cutting through the dark. Bright, blinding. I reach for the handle. Do I turn it? Do I step outside into the lot where my body was found 6 months ago? The footage never shows. It always cuts to static at 1:31 a.m. 1 minute I do not have. 1 minute I have never seen. My hand closes around cold metal, and for the first time in 6 months, I stop counting. Pump 3 clicked on at exactly 2:14 a.m. I looked up from the register, squinting through the bulletproof glass. The fluorescent island lights buzzed overhead, but the pump stood alone. No car, no truck, just empty pavement and the nozzle rising by itself, slow and deliberate, like someone had gripped the handle. The numbers started rolling. 0.01, 0.02, gallons climbing in perfect rhythm. I pressed my face closer to the window. The air outside shimmered near the pump, exhaust fumes, thick and wavering, catching the sickly yellow light. That acrid gasoline smell seeped through the door seals, burning the back of my throat. But there was nothing there. What would you do? Stay inside where it's safe or go look? I pushed through the door. The night air hit me first, cold, way too cold for August. My breath fogged. The pump kept dispensing, the mechanical click, click, click cutting through the silence like a heartbeat. I walked across the lot, gravel crunching under my boots, and stopped 3 feet from pump 3. The asphalt felt wrong. I crouched down, touched the pavement with my palm. Warm. Not just warm, hot, like something heavy had been sitting there, engine running, baking heat into the ground. The dark stains spread in 2 perfect rectangles. Tire marks. But what I felt next made my stomach drop. I reached for the nozzle. My fingers closed around the handle. Ice. Not cool metal. Ice. The kind that burns your skin on contact, that makes your bones ache. I yanked my hand back, and that's when I heard it. An engine, idling close, right where nothing stood. My mind raced back to how it started. 4 nights ago, the register chimed at 2:14. 220s slid across the counter. Cash. Pump 3. The man's voice had been muffled through the bulletproof glass, swallowed by the hum of flickering fluorescence overhead. I'd hit the button to activate the pump without looking up, muscle memory after 6 months of graveyard shifts. When I finally glanced at the monitor, the lot was empty. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. The screen showed pump 3's nozzle hanging in its cradle. But the counter was already rolling. 2 gallons, 3. Numbers climbing in that steady digital crawl. I pressed my face closer to the glass. Nothing. Just asphalt and moths circling the vapor lights. The coffee smell from the burnt pot behind me suddenly seemed too strong, almost metallic. I grabbed the flashlight and pushed through the door, feeling the cold bite of the metal handle against my palm, odd for August. Outside, silence pressed against my eardrums. I walked the entire lot, checked behind the dumpster, circled the building twice. My footsteps echoed too loud in the stillness. Can you imagine that? Being completely alone but feeling watched. The pump kept going. 8 gallons, 10, 12. Then it stopped. Click. I stood there breathing hard, flashlight beam cutting through darkness, and saw nothing. Nobody. The nozzle hung perfectly still in its cradle like it had never moved. But the register showed 12 gallons dispensed, 8 minutes exactly. I logged it as a system glitch. What else could I do? I went back inside, locked the door, and told myself equipment fails sometimes. Old stations, old wiring. What I didn't know yet was that it would happen again the next night, and the night after that, always at 2:14, always pump 3. 3 nights, same time, same pump. The security monitor's glow turned my skin blue as I scrolled backward through footage for the fourth time, the smell of burnt coffee thick enough to taste. 2:14 a.m. There. Pump 3 clicks on. The nozzle rises. Numbers roll on the display. But the frame shows nothing except empty pavement slicked with dew and the faint shimmer of exhaust that shouldn't exist. I rewound again. The hum of the hard drive filled the cramped booth, rhythmic and hypnotic. My eyes burned. Sleep wasn't coming anyway. It never did anymore. What would you do if reality kept breaking in the exact same spot every night? I leaned closer, paused, the timestamp flickered, just for a frame, maybe two. The numbers wavered like heat distortion, and beneath them I saw a truck. My finger slammed the pause button. There. A dark pickup F-Series, maybe 10 years old. A man's silhouette behind the wheel. The image quality looked wrong, grainy in a way our digital system shouldn't produce, like it had been copied from something older. But what I found in the metadata made my hands go cold. The recording date, August 14th, 6 years ago. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands, typed Highway 52 fatal crash into the search bar, and watched the results load. The fluorescent lights above me flickered once, twice. A single article appeared from the local paper. Fatal single vehicle accident, 2 miles south. August 14th. Time of death, 2:22 a.m. 8 minutes after the pump activated. 8 minutes that stretched between whatever was happening outside. And the moment a man named Roy Tennant died on impact at Dead Man's Bend. And I suddenly understood that the impossible transaction wasn't ending at Pump 3. It was only just beginning there. I waited outside at 2:13 a.m. The asphalt still held the day's heat beneath my boots, but the air around Pump 3 felt different. Wrong. Colder than it should be in August. I stood 3 feet from the nozzle cradle, watching the digital display sit dark and dormant. My phone screen glowed 2:13 and 42 seconds. The nearest streetlight flickered once, twice, then steadied. Knowing Roy Tennant died 6 years ago changed nothing about what happened here every night. The pump would activate. The numbers would roll. And I'd proven something was there. Something that left warm tire impressions and made exhaust fumes shimmer in empty air. But knowing it wasn't a glitch made standing here feel different. My heartbeat pulsed in my throat. The pines beyond the lot whispered, though the air had gone completely still. Can you imagine waiting for a ghost? For something you can't see but know is coming. 2:14 a.m. The pump clicked on with that familiar mechanical snap. Numbers appeared on the display. 0.0. The nozzle lifted from its cradle, smooth, deliberate, and angled toward pavement as if gripped by invisible hands. I stepped forward. The temperature dropped so fast my skin prickled. The smell of gasoline flooded my nose, but sweeter somehow, like it had been mixed with something floral and rotting. I reached toward where the nozzle hung suspended in midair, my fingers trembling. Contact. Oh, it wasn't metal I touched. Resistance pushed back against my palm, soft, yielding like pressing into cold gelatin. The texture felt organic. Wrong. I pushed harder and felt the shape of fingers wrapped around the pump handle, their grip solid but distant, separated from mine by something thicker than air but thinner than glass. The pump stopped. Numbers froze at zero point 0.3 gallons. My breath fogged in front of my face despite the summer heat, and I realized with creeping certainty that whatever was here hadn't left. It had simply stopped moving. The silence pressed against my eardrums. The pines had gone completely quiet. Even the distant hum of the refrigeration unit inside the station had ceased. And that's when I felt it. The unmistakable weight of being watched. The scorch marks appeared overnight. I stepped outside at sunset to check the lot, and there they were. Black streaks radiating from pump 3 like something had burned from the inside out. The asphalt hadn't melted. It had charred. The pattern was wrong, too deliberate. 5 lines, each about a foot long, arranged like fingers clawing outward. The smell hit me when I crouched down. Burnt rubber, yes, but underneath something sharper, metallic. Like ozone after lightning strikes too close. I touched the nearest mark. Cold. Can you imagine finding that? Proof that whatever I'd felt the night before had left something behind. But that wasn't the worst of it. I went back inside and tried to focus on inventory. Tried to pretend the marks were tire skids or oil stains. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their rhythm slightly off. I kept glancing at the clock. 2:09, 2:10, 2:11. At 2:14 exactly, the register drawer opened. No warning click, no mechanical whir, just slid out smooth and silent like someone had pressed the release. 2 $20 bills lifted from inside, lifted, I swear, and drifted onto the counter. I didn't move. Couldn't. Then I heard it. Boots. Heavy soles on pavement outside, moving slow and deliberate toward the door. But when I looked through the bulletproof glass, the lot was empty. The sound kept coming. Closer, heel, toe, the security monitor flickered. What I saw next made my blood freeze. A shadowed figure filled the screen, tall, broad shoulders, moving toward the door with the same measured steps I'd been hearing. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m., present time, but the angle was wrong. The camera showed the exterior door, and I was staring right at it, seeing nothing but empty darkness beyond the glass. I waited until the fluorescent stopped buzzing before I moved. My phone screen glowed cold against my palm as I pulled up the county traffic database. The burnt coffee smell had turned my stomach sour, but I needed answers more than I needed fresh air. Highway 52, fatal collision, August 14th. 6 years back, the search loaded slow, pixel by pixel, and there it was, Roy Tennant, age 41. Truck driver out of Millbrook. Single vehicle accident at Dead Man's Bend, 2 miles south of Crossroads gas station. Time of death, 2:22 a.m. Cause, lost control after swerving to avoid debris in roadway. Died on impact. I read the name 3 times. Roy, the invisible customer at Pump 3, had a name now, had a life, had an ending. But something about the report felt incomplete. I clicked through to the supplemental files. There was a photo, grainy, pixelated, taken by the state trooper at the scene. The guardrail bent inward like a broken rib. Glass scattered across asphalt that looked wet under the camera flash. And in the ditch, I didn't look too close at that part. The next document made my breath catch. Emergency contact, Eleanor Tennant, wife. The address listed was 18 miles north of the station, 18 miles past where Roy had stopped for gas. which meant he was heading home, heading to her. And then I saw the annotation at the bottom of the report, handwritten in blue ink. Victim, unaware spouse deceased at time of collision. Elena Tennant, age 39, pronounced dead at Mercy Hospice at 12:09 a.m. same date. 2 hours. 2 hours before Roy's truck left the road. Can you imagine? Rushing home through the night, stopping for gas because you're running on fumes, every second feeling like theft because she's waiting and you promised you'd be there. You pump 12 gallons in 8 minutes, not a second more than necessary, and you think you still have time. But you don't. She's already gone, and you'll never know. Because in 8 minutes you'll hit that curve going 70 and the last thought in your head will be her name. I set the phone down. My hand was shaking. The fluorescents hummed overhead, and somewhere outside I heard an engine idling that wasn't there. Roy wasn't haunting pump 3. He was still trying to finish the fill-up, still trying to get home, still believing she was alive, still trapped in those 8 minutes before the world ended. And what I'd felt through the frosted air when I reached for him wasn't anger. It was desperation. But what I didn't understand yet, what the crash report couldn't tell me, was why he'd come back to me. I knew his story now. I knew what drove him through the dark that night 6 years ago. But knowing didn't prepare me for what happened at 2:14. The floor trembled beneath my feet. A low vibration rolled through the concrete like distant thunder trapped underground. I pressed my palms against the counter, felt it shudder again, harder this time. Through the window, pump 3 roared to life. Gasoline erupted from the nozzle, not a trickle but a torrent. It splashed onto empty pavement in thick, violent streams. The stench hit me through the glass door, but something was wrong with it. Not the sharp chemical bite I'd smelled 1,000 times before. This was sweet, rotting sweet, like flowers left too long in a closed room. And then I saw them, boot prints forming in the pooling fuel. One, then another. Heavy treads pressing into liquid, leaving perfect impressions that shouldn't exist. What would you do? Would you stay inside where the glass feels safe, or step out to face what's making those prints? I didn't get to choose. The door slammed open, hinges screaming, and freezing air poured into the store. My coffee cup skittered across the counter, slid, tipped, shattered on the floor behind me. The cold wasn't just cold, it ached. It burned. My breath came out in thick white clouds despite the August heat still clinging to the night outside. The register screen flickered. Green text crawled across black. Help me. But what came next made every hair on my neck stand rigid. The fluorescent lights buzzed once, twice, and died. Darkness swallowed the station whole, and in that absolute black I heard breathing that wasn't mine. The lights flickered back on, one by one, each fluorescent tube buzzing louder than it should. The breathing stopped. I stood frozen behind the counter, my hand still gripping the edge where the register had displayed that message. The metal felt warm now. No, hot. I pulled my fingers away and saw condensation beating on the surface, impossible in the freezing air that still hung around me like fog. The door was closed again. The boot prints in the gasoline outside had vanished. But I couldn't stay there. Not in that silence. Not with the smell of something floral and wrong mixing with diesel fumes. I needed to understand what Roy Tennant wanted, what he'd been trying to tell me for 6 nights straight. The lost and found box sat in the back storage room, untouched for years. Carl never threw anything away, just shoved it all into a plastic tub behind the mop bucket. I'd walked past it 100 times without looking twice. Now I dragged it into the flickering light and pried off the dusty lid. Sunglasses, a child's toy truck, somebody's work glove stiff with age, and beneath those, a photograph. The edges were warped, water damaged maybe, but the image was clear enough. A man and woman stood in front of this very station. The neon sign glowed behind them, brighter than newer. She was laughing, her head tilted against his shoulder. He looked at her like she was the only thing in the world worth seeing. I recognized his face from the crash report photo. Roy Tennant. Younger, alive. The back of the photo had a date scrawled in blue ink, August 10th. 6 years ago, 4 days before he died. What you're holding. Can you imagine keeping that moment in your pocket while everything fell apart? But the real discovery came when I turned the photo over again and noticed something in the background. Roy's truck, parked at pump 3, and in the truck bed, barely visible, a cardboard box. I squinted. The photo was small, grainy, but I could make out text on the side, Mercy General Pharmacy. My stomach dropped. I pulled up the crash report on my phone again, scrolling past the details I'd memorized. Cause of accident, swerving to avoid debris. Time of death, 2:22 a.m. And then, a note I'd skimmed before. Personal effects recovered from vehicle, clothing, wallet, medication bottles expired. Medication bottles. He wasn't just coming home. He was bringing something to her, something she needed. And he'd stopped here at 2:14 a.m., 8 minutes before the crash, to fill up so he wouldn't have to stop again, so he could get to her faster. I pressed my palms against my eyes. The fluorescence hummed overhead. My breath came shallow. Roy didn't know she was already gone. He died thinking he still had time. And now he was trapped in those 8 minutes, forever filling the tank, forever thinking he could still save her. I lowered my hands. And that's when I saw it. The security monitor flickering again. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m., but the date was wrong, 6 years in the future. And the figure on the screen standing at pump 3 wasn't Roy. It was me. I spent 3 hours writing the note. My hand cramped around the pen as I tried to explain what I'd learned. That Alina died at midnight, that Roy never made it home, that 6 years had dissolved into 8 minutes on repeat. The words looked absurd under the fluorescent lights, but I folded the paper anyway and tucked it into my jacket pocket beside the photograph. The clock above the register ticked toward 2 in the morning. I grabbed the photo and stepped outside. The air pressed against my skin, thick and waiting. Pump 3 stood silent under the flickering neon, its shadow stretching toward the tree line. I positioned myself beside it, boots scraping on asphalt still stained darker than the rest of the lot. 2:13. My breath clouded despite the summer humidity. The temperature had dropped 10 degrees in the last minute. I could feel the cold seeping through my shirt, raising goosebumps along my arms. 2:14. The pump clicked on. Can you imagine standing beside something you can't see but know is there? The nozzle lifted by itself, angling toward empty space. Numbers began rolling on the display. I heard the fuel flowing through invisible chambers, smelled gasoline sharp and chemical in the night air. My hands shook as I unfolded the note and placed it on the ground. Then I lifted the photograph, Roy and Alina smiling outside this very station, and reached toward where a hood should be. The photo touched something solid. The air turned glacial. My fingers went numb against the invisible metal. I let go, and the photograph stayed suspended 3 feet off the ground, resting on nothing. The gasoline smell vanished. Roses flooded my senses instead, funeral roses, cloying and sweet. The kind that lined caskets, the kind that marked endings. The nozzle dropped with a metallic clang, and then I saw him. Roy Tennant stood before me, translucent as smoke, shoulders shaking with sobs. His hands covered his face. His mouth moved without sound. For 8 seconds we existed in the same moment, the living and the dead, separated by 6 years and 2 miles of dark highway. Then he looked up at me. His eyes locked onto mine, and something inside them recognized me, not as a stranger, as something else entirely. The recognition in his stare made my blood freeze, because I understood what he saw when he looked at my face. What I didn't understand was why. I went back inside and waited for the next night. The fluorescent lights hummed their usual tune. Coffee burned in the pot. I couldn't taste it anymore. Couldn't taste much of anything after what I'd seen at Pump 3. Roy's face stayed with me, that recognition in his eyes, like he'd known me. At 2:13 a.m. I walked outside. The summer air pressed humid against my skin, but I was shivering anyway. Pump 3 stood silent under the flickering neon. No cold spots, no invisible engines, just empty asphalt and the distant whisper of wind through the pines. 2:14 came and went. The pump stayed dark. I stood there for 20 minutes, waiting for numbers to roll or nozzles to lift. Nothing. Just the ordinary night pressing in from all sides. Relief flooded through me, but underneath it, something else coiled tight in my chest. A feeling I couldn't name. At 2:37, I found the photograph face down on the pavement beneath Pump 3. The edges were charred black, curling inward like petals closing. The center remained intact, Roy and Alina frozen in that moment of joy, her hand on his chest, his eyes only for her. The burned parts crumbled to ash between my fingers, gritty and cold. It worked. Whatever I'd done, it worked. Roy was gone. 3 weeks passed. The nights blurred together, one shift bleeding into the next. Carl never asked why I looked so tired. I stopped logging the incident reports. What would I even say? I'd helped a ghost move on, and now I couldn't sleep because every time I closed my eyes I saw that look of recognition on a dead man's face. But I didn't understand what I'd seen there. Not yet. On a Thursday night, or maybe it was Friday, I'd lost track. Exhaustion finally won. I slumped forward at the counter around midnight, my head resting on folded arms, just for a minute, just to rest my eyes. I woke to the mechanical click of Pump 3 activating. My neck ached. The fluorescent lights seemed dimmer. I blinked at the clock, 2:14 a.m. No, not again. That couldn't be right. I turned toward the security monitor, my hands already cold, breath fogging despite the summer heat that should have been. The screen showed Pump 3. A figure stood there, one hand on the nozzle. The timestamp glowed in the corner. August 14th, 6 years from now. The figure turned toward the camera. I was looking at my own face. My legs gave out. I gripped the counter, staring at myself on that grainy monitor. Same jacket, same hollow eyes. The future version of me stood at pump 3, filling a tank I couldn't see, trapped in a loop I'd inherited the moment I'd touched Roy's world. The moment he'd recognized me, because he'd seen me before, 6 years before, standing exactly where he'd stood. The pump clicked off. On screen, I watched myself look directly at the camera. My future self mouthed 2 words, "Help me." The monitor went black. Outside, pump 3 fell silent. But I knew it would activate again tomorrow night. And the night after. And every night for 6 years, until some other fool working the graveyard shift decided to investigate. Until they found my photograph. Until they set me free and took my place. The loop didn't end. It just found someone new. And I'd walked right into it. The camera feed shows nothing but concrete and shadow. 2:21 a.m. My coffee's gone cold in the cup, ceramic rough against my palm. The office hums with fluorescent persistence. That low electric drone that fills every silence at Pinewood Self-Storage. I've been staring at monitor 3 for the past hour. Unit 89. Same gray walls. Same stack of cardboard boxes in the corner. Same empty 10 by 10 space that shouldn't make my chest tight. The motion alarm has triggered every night for a month now, always at 2:22. Sharon says it's faulty wiring, tells me to ignore it, but here I am, watching, waiting. The burnt coffee smell stings my nostrils. I lean closer to the screen. 2:22. The overhead light in Unit 89 flickers, once, twice, then floods the space with harsh white glare. My breath stops. A figure steps out from the back corner, not from a door. The concrete wall behind him is solid. I can see it clearly on the feed. He just emerges, like he'd been standing there in 2-dimensional space, wearing my jacket, the brown canvas one with the torn left pocket. My boots, steel-toed, scuffed at the heel. He's holding my flashlight, the heavy mag light I keep on my belt. I glance down. It's still there, clipped to my hip, cold and real under my fingertips. But what happened next made my stomach drop. The figure walks toward the camera. Slow, deliberate, boots scraping concrete with each step. I can almost hear it through the silent feed. He stops directly beneath the lens, tilts his head up, and stares, not at the camera, at me. His face fills the monitor, every detail sharp, every feature familiar, because I'm looking at myself. My hand fumbles for the phone. It rings once before I realize. Who exactly am I planning to call? I didn't call anyone. Instead, I pulled up the archive. My hands were shaking as I clicked through folders, each labeled by date. The mouse felt slick under my palm, sweat, I realized. The office smelled like stale air and old coffee. I started with last week, Wednesday, 2:22 a.m. The timestamp flickered on screen, and there he was, walking from the back corner, wearing my jacket. Tuesday, same thing. Monday, the week before, every single night. The pattern stretched back and back and back. What would you do? Keep watching, or stop before you found something worse? I kept watching. 30 nights of footage, 30 identical appearances at 2:22 a.m. exactly. The figure always emerged from solid concrete, always wore my clothes, always walked to the camera, always stared. But what I discovered in the rental database made my chest tighten in a way the footage hadn't. I pulled up Unit 89's account details. The screen loaded slowly, pixels assembling like they were reluctant to show me the truth. Tenant name, blank. Contact information, blank. Emergency contact, blank. Autopay active. I clicked the payment history. The entries scrolled down 3 months, 6 months, a year. Oh, 3 years, 3 years of automated monthly payments. No missed months, no contact. No visits logged in our access records. Not one. I grabbed the phone, dialed Sharon's emergency line. It rang 4 times before her voicemail picked up, that clipped, dismissive tone even in her greeting. I tried her cell. Straight to voicemail. I tried the regional office number. The line was dead. I went to the filing cabinet, pulled the drawer marked lease agreements. My fingers walked through the tabs. Unit 87, Unit 88, Unit 90. No Unit 89. The folder didn't exist. Sharon had told me she'd check the records, but there were no records to check. There never had been. And that's when I understood someone had erased every trace of whoever rented that unit, or something was making sure I could never find out who they were. I stood outside Unit 89 at 2:18 a.m., master key cold against my palm. The erased records meant someone wanted this tenant invisible. Therefore, I had to see what they were hiding. The lock clicked open. The door swung inward on silent hinges. I stepped inside and the smell hit me first, cardboard and concrete dust, but underneath something else. Stale air that hadn't circulated in years. My flashlight beam swept across the space. Cardboard boxes lined both side walls, stacked 3 high, their surfaces filmed with dust thick enough to write in. 10 by 10. That's all it was. I moved toward the back wall, boots scuffing against concrete. The beam traveled across the surface. Solid. No seams, no door frame, no hinges. Just cold gray concrete that had been poured decades ago. I pressed my palm flat against it. The chill bit into my skin immediately. Deeper cold than it should be. Wrong cold. Can you imagine standing in a locked box, knowing someone identical to you walks out of that solid wall every night? I checked my watch. 2:21. 1 minute. The boxes closest to me had no labels, no markings. I ran my finger across the nearest one, leaving a trail through the dust. Underneath, the cardboard looked new, fresh, but the dust suggested years of abandonment. My chest tightened. Something here didn't. The overhead light blazed on. I hadn't touched the switch. 2:22 a.m. exactly. The fluorescent tube hummed above me, harsh white light flooding every corner. My shadow stretched long across the floor. I spun toward the door, and that's when I heard them. Footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate, boot heels on concrete. I whipped around, flashlight raised like a weapon. The back wall stared back, empty, solid. The footsteps continued, closer. My breathing caught in my throat. I could hear the leather creak with each step, the exact sound my boots made, but I saw nothing, no one. The steps stopped, right behind me. But what I felt on the back of my neck would make me question everything I knew about that concrete wall. The footsteps stopped. I didn't move, couldn't move. The silence pressed against my eardrums like water at depth. Heavy, wrong. My breath came in short pulls, too loud in the concrete box. Nothing stood behind me, I knew that. I'd seen the empty space when I spun around. But the presence remained, a weight in the air, the feeling of being watched by something that occupied the same space I did. The cold hit next, not gradual, instant. My skin prickled, arms breaking out in goose flesh beneath my jacket. Each exhale turned to white fog, curling in the fluorescent glare. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in seconds. I could smell it now. That mineral scent of deep earth, of places that never see sunlight. Movement caught my eye. On the nearest cardboard box, ink appeared, fresh, black, bleeding through the brown surface in slow, deliberate strokes. Letters forming one by one, as if an invisible hand pressed a marker to the cardboard. My heart slammed against my ribs. I stepped closer, watching the words materialize. You've been living in Unit 89 for 3 years. The handwriting was neat, careful, familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. You're not the guard, you're the tenant. More words bled through, darker now, faster. Check the employee records. But what I would find there would shatter everything I thought I knew about myself. My breath fogged thicker. The cold burrowed into my bones. Behind me, the metal door whispered shut, a soft click that sounded like a confession. Then the lock. One clean metallic snap. I turned. The door was sealed, and something in the corner began to move. I didn't wait for whatever moved in that corner. I slammed into the door, shoulder first. The metal shrieked against the frame, but the lock held. My breath came in short bursts, fogging the air in front of me, fog that hung there too long, refusing to dissipate. I hit it again, again. The sound echoed through the concrete box, and beneath it I heard something else. Footsteps shuffling closer behind me. The lock gave. I stumbled into the hallway, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. A half-second delay between the sound and the flicker, like the building itself was out of sync. My boots pounded against the concrete floor as I ran. Every corner I turned looked identical. Every hallway empty. Can you imagine that kind of silence? The kind that presses against your eardrums like water. But what I found in the office would make the silence seem merciful. The filing cabinet sat against the back wall, same as always. My hands shook as I yanked open the employee drawer. Cross, Ethan. The folder was thin. I flipped it open on the desk under the flickering monitor light. Hire date, October 5th, 3 years ago. The same date stamped on Unit 89's rental agreement. My stomach dropped. I turned the page, and there it was. The previous night guard's employee photo, paperclip to the top. My face. My exact face. But the name underneath, Nathan Pierce. I grabbed the rental agreement from the second drawer. The signature at the bottom was unmistakable. Those loops, that slant, my handwriting, I'd signed it 3 years ago. The monitor behind me flickered. All 12 camera feeds blinked to black simultaneously. Then one by one they came back on. And that's when I saw what was waiting in the other units. The monitors flickered back to life, and Unit 34's alarm screamed. The sound tore through the silence, high and piercing, the kind that makes your teeth ache. I spun toward the wall of screens, fingers already reaching for the feed controls, and froze. On camera 34, a figure stood motionless in the center of the frame, wearing my jacket, my boots, standing the way I stand when I'm thinking, weight shifted to the left, hands loose at my sides. The overhead light carved shadows across a face I'd seen in the mirror every morning for as long as I could remember. My face. The alarm from Unit 57 joined the chorus before I could breathe. Then Unit 112. The shrill electronic wail layered into something that felt like screaming, like the building itself was trying to warn me. I punched up the feeds with shaking hands. Unit 57, another me, this one closer to the camera, staring directly at the lens with eyes that didn't blink. Unit 112, standing in profile perfectly still like a photograph come to life. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Not in a mirror, not in a reflection, but standing separate, breathing in spaces you've never been, watching you through glass and wire. What I saw next changed everything. All three versions turned their heads at exactly the same moment, synchronized, deliberate, all facing their cameras, all staring at me. The office phone started ringing. The sound cut through the alarms, old and mechanical, the kind of ring that demands answering. My hand moved before my mind could catch up, lifting the receiver to my ear. Static hissed across the line, and then my own voice whispered through it. "Stop running. You know where you belong." The line went dead, but what I heard in the static afterward made my blood freeze. The static faded. I stood frozen at the desk, receiver trembling in my hand. Then, the memories came, two versions, both mine, both real. I remembered my first night as a guard, Sharon showing me the office, explaining the routes, handing me the keys. October 5th, 3 years ago. But I also remembered arriving as a tenant that same night, unloading cardboard boxes from my truck, stacking them in Unit 89, the overhead light humming, never leaving. My chest tightened. Can you imagine holding two lifetimes in your skull at once? I pressed my palms against the desk. Cold metal, real. But which version of me was touching it? The guard memory showed me walking these hallways every night, checking locks, reviewing footage. Years of routine. The tenant memory showed me sitting in the dark between those boxes, listening to footsteps outside, waiting for someone to find me. Years of silence. Both felt true. My pulse hammered in my ears. I needed something. Proof, evidence that I wasn't fracturing completely. The desk drawer. I'd opened it 1,000 times, or had I? The metal scraped as I pulled, sharp, tooth-aching sound. Inside, beneath old pens and a broken flashlight, lay a leather journal. Dust rose from its cover, old paper smell, the kind that clings to your throat. I didn't remember putting it there, but I recognized the handwriting before I even opened it. Mine. The first entry was dated 3 years ago. October 5th, the night I started. Everything I read, night 1. Unit 89 triggered again at 2:22. Checked the feed, saw myself inside. This is the 4th year I've watched him. Tomorrow I go back in. Someone else takes the desk. My hands went numb. 4th year. But what the journal revealed on the next page made my blood turn to ice. I yanked the facility blueprints from the filing cabinet, my fingers trembling as I unrolled the yellowed paper across the desk. The smell of old ink and dust filled my nostrils, but something was wrong. I traced the hallway grid with my fingertip. Units 76, 83, 91. The numbers jumped. No Unit 89. It didn't exist on the map. My pulse hammered in my ears. I'd walked into that unit, touched its walls, breathed its stale air. How could it not? I had to see for myself. The hallway fluorescence buzzed overhead as I rushed toward the west corridor, my boots echoing on concrete. Left at the junction. Past Unit 76. The rhythm of my breathing matched my footsteps, faster, faster. But when I reached the end of the hall I stood facing, Unit 89's door, I turned around, retraced my steps, took a different route. Right this time, then straight through the North Passage. Unit 89, can you imagine? Every path, every turn, leading back to the same door. I tried again, and again. The building's geometry folded in on itself like a paper loop, impossible angles connecting hallways that shouldn't meet. But what I saw in the window reflection stopped me cold. The glass showed me standing there, wearing my gray jacket, except I was wearing my blue shirt. I stepped closer, breath fogging the cold surface, and watched the reflection move differently. It turned its head before I did, raised its hand while mine stayed at my side. I spun around. The hallway behind me was empty, except for another window. Another reflection, this one in my uniform from 3 years ago. I looked left, right. Every window, every glass surface showed a different version of me, standing in positions I wasn't standing in, wearing clothes I'd forgotten I owned. And that's when I understood the building wasn't looping. I was existing in all the loops simultaneously. I ran. Gravel sprayed beneath my boots as I tore across the parking lot toward my truck, keys already in my hand, trembling fingers. The door handle was cold, so cold it burned, but I yanked it open and threw myself inside. Engine, turn the key. Go. The headlights carved 2 tunnels through the darkness, illuminating the woods at the lot's edge. I slammed the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spitting stones against the undercarriage in a metallic hail. The tree line rushed toward me and stayed exactly where it was. I pressed harder. The speedometer climbed, 20, 30, 40. But the woods remained frozen in the same position, like a photograph held just out of reach. My heart hammered against my ribs as I glanced at the GPS mounted on the dash. 0.0 miles per hour. The coordinates hadn't changed. What would you do if the world stopped moving around you but you kept going? I spun the wheel. The truck fishtailed, pivoted. I aimed back toward the access road, but the gravel stretched endlessly in every direction now. A gray ocean that rippled and reformed. 5 parking spaces. That's all there should be. Instead, the lot had become something vast and impossible, swallowing distance itself. But what I hadn't realized yet was that distance wasn't the problem. The clock on the dash blinked. 1:59 a.m., 210, 221, 222. The truck vanished. I was sitting at my desk, the office. The monitor wall glowed in front of me, security feeds flickering across 12 screens. My coffee sat exactly where I'd left it, still warm, the steam curling upward in lazy spirals that smelled like burnt grounds and rust. On screen 4, Unit 89, I stared. A figure sat at a metal desk inside the unit facing a monitor. He wore my jacket, my posture. His hand hovered over a coffee cup. He was watching me. What happened next made my blood freeze. We both turned. Simultaneously. The exact same motion. The exact same angle. Two bodies moving as one across the distance between us. His eyes met mine through two layers of camera feed. Him watching me watching him. And in that moment of perfect synchronization, I heard it. Click the lock on the office door. The lock on Unit 89's door, both turning. At exactly 2:22 a.m., the lights went out, complete, total, the kind of darkness that pressed against my eyes like cold water. I heard breathing. Close, too close. We never leave Unit 89. My voice, not an echo, not a recording, my voice. Speaking from the space beside me. We just take turns. The air temperature dropped so fast my lungs burned. I felt the words more than heard them, vibrating through the desk surface under my palms. Tonight you go back inside. I wanted to run. My legs wouldn't move, couldn't move. Because somewhere deep in the fog of my fractured memory I knew I'd already said these exact words before. The monitor flickered back to life, a pale blue glow casting the only light in the office. My hands looked gray in its wash. Dead hands. On the screen, Unit 89's door stood open, and I watched myself walk toward it. Not the me sitting frozen at this desk, but another me, wearing my jacket, my boots, moving with my gait. He stepped over the threshold without hesitation, without looking back. The door closed behind him with a soft metallic click that echoed through the speakers. The lock turned. But what happened next made my blood turn to ice. Because on a different monitor, the one showing the security office, I saw the chair I was sitting in. Empty, just an empty chair slowly rotating as if someone had just stood up. Then I heard footsteps behind me, my own footsteps, walking away. The office door opened, closed. I sat at the desk. My hand reached for the cold coffee cup. The monitors glowed steady. Unit 89 showed a figure standing motionless inside, staring at the camera. At 2:22 a.m. tomorrow night, the alarm would trigger again, and I would watch myself walk into Unit 89. Because we never leave. We just take turns guarding each other. Someone slid into the booth across from me. I didn't look up, not right away. I was staring at the clock above the counter, 4:42 a.m., watching the second hand drag through mud. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes until 4:47 when the article said I would die. The article that appeared on my laptop 3 nights ago. The one with metadata showing it was created 3 weeks in the future. I heard him breathing first. Slow. Steady, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, that electrical hum that never stops in diners like this. My cold coffee sat untouched, a ring of condensation spreading across the formica table. The air smelled like burnt coffee and bleach. His hands came to rest on the table, fingers splayed, pale. No, not pale, gray. And cold. I could feel the temperature drop from across the booth like someone had opened a freezer door. What would you do? If you knew the exact moment of your death, would you show up anyway? I did. I came back to the Nidal Diner for 3 nights straight, reading that impossible document over and over. Heart attack. 4:47 a.m. Booth 7. I memorized every word, searching for a way out, but what I found instead, what the article didn't mention, was who I'd be sitting with when it happened. The stranger shifted. Vinyl creaked under his weight. I kept my eyes on my laptop screen, watching my reflection in the black glass, and his reflection behind it. Hollow eyes, skin the color of old newspapers, a face that shouldn't exist. But what terrified me most wasn't how wrong he looked. It was how familiar he was. It started 3 nights earlier. Saturday night, 1:15 in the morning. I pushed through the restroom door back into the diner's fluorescent hum, the smell of burnt coffee thick in my throat. My laptop sat exactly where I'd left it in booth 7, but the screen had changed. A document stared back at me. White page, black text. I hadn't opened it. My pulse kicked up as I slid into the cracked vinyl. The cold seeped through my jeans, colder than it should have been. I scanned the diner. Empty booths stretched toward the counter. No one. Just Laura wiping down tables near the kitchen, her back to me. I looked down at the screen. The headline made my stomach drop. Local man dies of heart attack at Nidal Diner. I blinked. Read it again. The article continued in clinical detail. Tuesday morning, 4:47 a.m., booth 7. Victim identified as David Marsh. Age 34. My name. My hands shook as I scrolled. The writing was clean, journalistic. It described my clothing, the gray hoodie I was wearing right now. It mentioned my laptop, my coffee habit, Laura's statement to police. Everything felt specific, intimate. Wrong, but what I saw next made my breath catch. I right-clicked the document, properties, metadata loaded, created date. I had to read it 3 times before my brain accepted what my eyes were seeing. 3 weeks from now. The file had been created 22 days in the future, after my supposed death. Can you imagine staring at your own obituary written by? What? Time itself. I stood so fast the booth squeaked, spun around. Someone had to be here. This was a prank, had to be. I checked under the table, the adjacent booths, even behind the counter. The security camera above the register stared down like a dead eye. Nothing. No one. Laura appeared at my elbow with the coffee pot. "Third cup, hun." I flinched. Did anyone come near my table while I was in the restroom?" She tilted her head, expression flat. "Just you and me here tonight, same as always." The coffee poured, steam curling between us. It smelled metallic. Wrong. I dropped back into the booth and tried to close the document. My cursor hovered over the X, clicked. Nothing happened. Clicked again. The document stayed open, luminous and patient. I tried force quit, tried shutting the laptop. The screen remained lit even after I held the power button, that impossible article glowing in the dim diner light. So I did the only thing left. I read it again, every word, every detail, memorizing the exact time, the exact place, the way the article said I'd seemed calm, almost expectant, in the hours before. What I didn't know yet was that reading it again was exactly what it wanted me to do. I needed someone to tell me this wasn't real. "Laura," my voice came out hoarse. She turned from wiping down the counter, coffee pot in hand. Did you see anyone near my laptop while I was in the restroom?" Her expression didn't change. She pulled the small notepad from her apron pocket, flipped through pages with a thumb that left smudges on the worn paper. The sound of her pen scratching against the pages filled the silence between us. "You haven't been to the restroom, hun." My throat tightened. What? You've been sitting right there for 6 hours. Haven't moved once. She tapped the notepad. Came in at 7:15. Ordered coffee. Been nursing the same cup since. That wasn't right. I remembered standing, walking down the narrow hallway, the flickering light above the mirror. I remembered. But the coffee cup in front of me was still steaming. I touched the ceramic, hot, fresh. My hands moved to the laptop before my brain caught up. Browser history. I needed to see browser history. The list scrolled down and down. 43 minutes of searches between midnight and 12:43 a.m. Obituary databases, death records, news archives, sites I'd never heard of, let alone visited. But I'd been reading the document the entire time. Hadn't I? Can you imagine losing 40 minutes of your own life? Not forgetting, losing. What I found next made my hands go numb. Every single search query was the same. My name, my full name, over and over, hundreds of entries. As if I'd been desperately searching for something that hadn't happened yet, or searching for proof I was still alive. The wall clock hummed. Laura poured coffee somewhere behind me. My reflection stared back from the dark laptop screen between browser windows. And behind my reflection was that another face. I stayed home Saturday. Sunday night, I came back anyway. The fluorescent lights hummed the same tired song. Booth 7 still smelled like old vinyl and burnt coffee, and when I slid across the cracked red seat, the leather wheezed beneath me like something dying. My laptop screen glowed pale against the window's darkness. The document was there again, and this time, it had changed. I leaned closer, pulse hammering in my temples. New paragraphs beneath the original death notice. Police suspect foul play in early morning fatality. Surveillance footage recovered from the diner shows the victim arguing with himself minutes before the incident. Authorities have not released further details. Arguing with himself. My eyes flicked upward to the security camera mounted above the counter, its red light blinking steadily. 1, 2, 3 beats of my heart. The lens stared back like a dead eye watching me drown. The coffee cup appeared beside my elbow without warning. 2:30, Laura said, her voice flat as always. She poured exactly to the white line inside the rim, same as every night, same as she always would. The steam curled between us, carrying that familiar bitter smell. "Thanks," I whispered. She walked away. I was alone again. But what I was about to search for would make me wish I'd stayed that way. I opened a new browser tab, my fingers cold against the keys. The cursor blinked, waiting. Can you imagine that moment? When you're about to type your own name into a search engine, knowing something impossible is hunting you through time itself. I typed it anyway, David Marsh. Enter. The results loaded, and the first link. Oh God. The first link was my obituary, posted 3 hours ago. Written in the past tense, but I was still breathing. The fluorescent lights hummed above me, a high-pitched whine that burrowed into my skull. I closed the obituary tab, but the nausea stayed. My hand trembled against the trackpad. The diner smelled wrong tonight, burnt coffee and something metallic, like copper pennies pressed against my tongue. Movement flickered in my peripheral vision. The television mounted behind the counter. I'd never paid attention to it before, but now the blue-gray glow caught my eye. Laura stood beneath it, wiping down the coffee station with mechanical precision, oblivious. The screen showed security footage, black and white, grainy. Booth 7. I could see myself clearly, hunched over my laptop, fingers frozen above the keyboard, and across from me, oh God, across from me sat someone else. A figure, leaning forward, talking. My blood went cold. I spun around in my seat, vinyl squeaking beneath me. The booth across from me was empty, just cracked red leather and shadows. Nothing. No one. I turned back to the screen, pulse hammering in my ears like fists against a door. On the feed, my lips were moving, answering, having a conversation with. The figure's posture was familiar in a way that made my stomach drop. The tilt of the head, the set of the shoulders. But what I saw next would crack my understanding of reality wide open. The figure shifted, leaning back slightly, and for just a moment, one terrible, crystalline moment, it turned its face toward the camera. My face, hollow eyes, skin like ash, but unmistakably me. Can you imagine seeing yourself from the outside talking to someone who isn't there? Watching your own mouth form words you can't hear. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. On screen, the other me smiled. Not at the me on the television, but directly at the camera, directly at me. And that's when I realized he'd been waiting for me to notice. My breath came in shallow gasps. The TV screen glowed behind the counter, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the booth beside me. Empty. The vinyl across from me cracked and worn. No one there. Then I heard it, my own voice. Behind my left ear, close enough to feel breath that never came. Stop coming here. Ice crawled down my neck. The fluorescent lights hummed their eternal drone, but underneath, that whisper, my whisper. I'm trying to warn you. I spun around. The diner stretched empty. Laura wiped down the far counter, her back to me, cloth moving in slow circles. She hadn't heard a thing, hadn't looked up. The smell of burnt coffee hung thick and stale. Tuesday at 4:47 a.m. You meet yourself. The voice threaded through my skull, intimate and wrong. One of you doesn't leave. Where are you? I rasped into the empty air. Silence. Just the hum. Just Laura's cloth on laminate. I turned back to my laptop and froze. A new document. Center screen. White text on black. You can't change it. You can only understand it. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. They trembled. The laptop's heat radiated against my palms, too warm, feverish. I hadn't opened that file, hadn't typed those words, but what I found in the next 3 hours would crack open everything I thought I knew. I started searching. Temporal loops, causality paradox, bootstrap theory. The articles blurred together, but one phrase kept surfacing. Closed time-like curves, events that loop back, feeding into themselves. The document updated again. You're not the first David to sit here. My heart hammered against my ribs. I scrolled down. And you won't be the last, unless you understand what happened to me. Monday night, 3:02 a.m. I stared at the clock above the counter, watching the second hand tick forward with mechanical precision. My laptop sat closed in front of me. I couldn't look at it. Not yet. The weight of what I'd learned pressed against my chest. I wasn't the first David trapped in this loop. The fluorescent lights hummed their constant drone. Laura wiped down the counter in slow, circular motions. Everything felt normal, routine. And that's exactly what terrified me. I glanced at the clock again. 3:47 a.m. My stomach lurched. No, that wasn't. I'd only looked away for a second. Maybe two. The bile rose in my throat as I gripped the edge of the table, the cracked vinyl cold and slick beneath my palms. "Laura!" My voice came out hoarse. She turned, coffee pot already in hand, that same detached smile on her face. "Refill, hun." I looked down at my cup. Full, steam rising in lazy spirals. The ceramic was hot against my fingertips, fresh poured, but I'd already finished it. I remembered draining the last bitter mouthful, remembered the empty weight of the cup. When did you? Just now." She tilted her head. "You feeling all right?" The air in the diner felt thick, like breathing through wet cotton. Can you imagine what it's like when time itself stops making sense? When your own memory becomes unreliable? I turned toward the window, needing to ground myself in something real, something solid. The parking lot stretched out in the darkness, empty except for my car. And there in the glass my reflection stared back. I watched it lift the coffee cup to its lips. I hadn't moved yet. My hands were still flat on the table. Then my body caught up, jerking into motion, mirroring what I'd already seen myself do. The coffee scalded my tongue. I slammed the cup down, liquid sloshing over the rim. "Easy there," Laura said, somewhere behind me. But what I discovered in the next moment would prove how far gone I really was. My laptop screen glowed to life on its own. The document, that cursed article, it had updated again. New text scrolled across the screen. Witnesses report the victim seemed to expect his death. Security footage shows Marsh returning to the diner every night for 5 days straight. When questioned, waitress Laura Quinn stated he appeared resigned, calm, almost eager. My vision tunneled. The words blurred and refocused. "Why did he keep returning?" the article asked. What compelled David Marsh to meet his fate at exactly 4:47 a.m.? The clock on the wall ticked forward. 4:03 a.m. I didn't remember the last hour passing at all. And tomorrow night, less than 24 hours from now, I would walk through that door one final time. I stayed home. 9 o'clock Tuesday evening. 7 hours and 47 minutes until the appointment I never made. I locked the door, the deadbolt, the chain. I turned off my phone, closed the blinds, sat on the couch in the dark apartment that didn't quite smell like mine anymore. Too sterile, like no one lived here. What would you do if you knew the exact moment, the exact place? I told myself I wouldn't go, not this time. The loop needed me to return, so I wouldn't. Simple. I'd break it by staying away. My laptop sat on the coffee table, closed, silent. I didn't reach for it. My hands did. I watched my fingers, my own fingers, lift the lid, press the power button. They moved smoothly, precisely, like they knew a choreography I'd never learned. The screen glowed blue in the darkness. My hands navigated to documents without hesitation. There it was, unchanged. Local man found dead at Route 9 diner. Tuesday, 4:47 a.m. Heart attack. Witnesses report victim seemed to expect his death. I tried to close it. My hand clicked new document instead. Opened a blank page. The cursor blinked. Waiting, I'd write something, anything, an email, a note. Proof I was still here, still in control. But what I actually needed to understand wouldn't reveal itself until I stopped fighting. My fingers found the keys. Typed 5 words, smooth and mechanical. I have to go back. I stared at the screen. Deleted it, tried again. I have to go back, delete, try again, I have to go back. No, no, I stood up, knocked the laptop onto the floor. It clattered against the carpet, but didn't close. The document still glowed. Those 5 words. I backed away until my shoulders hit the wall. The clock on the microwave read 11:53, then 12:28. I don't remember the minutes between. I was holding my car keys. The metal was cold against my palm, edges biting into skin. When had I picked them up? The door stood open. Not unlocked, open. Chain dangling. Deadbolt turned. Rain pattered against the parking lot outside, soft and rhythmic like a lullaby. I should go back inside, lock the door, wait it out. Instead, I walked to my car. My legs carried me smoothly, inevitably. I wanted to scream, but my jaw wouldn't open. I was a passenger in my own body, and maybe I had been for days. The engine started, my hands on the wheel, 10 and 2 exactly right. Windshield wipers swept rain away in steady intervals. The road was empty. Route 9 stretched ahead, slick and black. 12:41 a.m. I tried to turn the wheel, go anywhere else. The mountains, the coast, Canada. The car stayed on Route 9. At 12:59 I saw the lights, fluorescent, familiar. The Nidal Diner parking lot held only 2 vehicles, Laura's sedan and the space that was always empty, waiting for me. I pulled in at 1 o'clock exactly. The rain had stopped. When had that happened? I crossed the parking lot, pushed open the glass door. The bell chimed, a sound I'd heard 100 times, but tonight it rang hollow, final. Booth 7, empty, waiting. I slid onto the cracked red vinyl. My laptop was already open in front of me. I didn't remember bringing it from the car. The document glowed on the screen. 3 hours and 47 minutes. Footsteps approached. I smelled coffee before I saw her, dark roast, bitter and burnt from sitting too long on the burner. Laura placed the cup in front of me, didn't ask, didn't speak. Her eyes were distant, mechanical. She'd done this before, many times. I wrapped my hands around the mug. The heat should have burned, but I barely felt it. Outside the window, my reflection stared back. Its mouth moved first. Then mine followed a half-second later. The diner was empty except for us. The clock above the counter ticked forward. But something felt different tonight. The air was thicker, heavier, every breath took effort. At 4 a.m., the real nightmare would finally begin. 4 o'clock came without sound. The wall clock behind the counter hung frozen at 3:58 a.m. No second-hand movement. No electrical hum from the fluorescent lights overhead. Even the rain outside had stopped mid-streak against the window. Suspended droplets catching the sickly yellow glow like insects trapped in amber. My heart slammed against my ribs. Each beat too loud, too fast. The only sound in the entire diner was my own pulse thundering in my ears and the shallow rasp of my breathing. Can you imagine that kind of silence? The kind that presses against your eardrums until they ache. Laura stood motionless behind the counter, coffee pot in hand, eyes focused on nothing, not blinking. I watched her for 30 seconds, counted each one, and she didn't breathe. The steam from the pot had stopped rising. Time hadn't stopped. It was waiting. The coffee in my cup had gone cold, not lukewarm, ice cold. I touched the ceramic with trembling fingers and felt the chill seep into my bones. When I pulled my hand back, condensation beaded on the outside of the mug like it had been sitting in a freezer. The smell hit me then. Burnt coffee and something underneath it. Something metallic and wrong, like copper pennies left in the rain. I checked my laptop. The document was still there. Heart attack. 4:47 a.m., 7 minutes away. No, 47 minutes. I glanced at my watch, 4 a.m. exactly. But when I looked up at the wall clock again, it read 4 a.m., not 3:58 anymore. The silence stretched and stretched. My breathing echoed too loud in the frozen space, and I realized with creeping horror that I was utterly alone, even with Laura standing 10 feet away, even with my own reflection staring back from the window. But what happened at 4:23 a.m. would prove I'd never been alone at all. The minutes crawled. I tried to move from the booth, tested my legs, my arms. Everything worked. I could stand, walk to the door, but I didn't. Some part of me understood that leaving wasn't an option anymore. The loop had me. At 4:15 a.m., according to my watch, the temperature dropped again. My breath misted in front of my face. Frost began creeping across the window beside me, delicate patterns spreading like veins. At 4:23 a.m., Laura blinked. Just once. Then she turned her head toward me with mechanical precision and smiled. Her lips didn't move right, like she'd forgotten how the expression worked. She set down the coffee pot and walked into the kitchen. The door swung shut behind her with a soft squeak that sounded deafening in the silence. I was alone now, truly alone. The clock ticked forward, 4:24 a.m. The second hand moved, once, twice, then stopped again. My laptop screen flickered. New text appeared beneath the article, typing itself one letter at a time. He's coming. I didn't ask who, I already knew. At 4:42 a.m. exactly, I heard footsteps, not from the entrance, from the hallway leading to the restroom. Slow, deliberate, the sound of dress shoes on linoleum, the same shoes I was wearing. They stopped just behind me. The vinyl booth across from me creaked as weight settled into it. I couldn't look up. My eyes stayed locked on the coffee mug, on my own white-knuckled hands gripping the table edge. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't obey. David, my name in my own voice, but wrong, flatter, emptier, like a recording played through a broken speaker. I forced my eyes up. The face looking back at me was mine. Same jawline. Same crooked nose I broke in college, same scar above the left eyebrow, but the eyes were hollow, not figuratively, literally hollow, sunken deep into gray skin that looked waxy and cold, the texture of something that had been dead for days. His lips were bloodless. When he smiled, I saw my own teeth, but they looked too white against the corpse gray of his gums. "You kept the appointment," he said. His hand reached across the table. I watched my own fingers, long and thin, pianist's fingers my ex-wife used to call them, extend toward me. The nails were clean, no wedding ring, just like mine. But when his fingertips brushed the back of my hand, they were ice cold. Not cold like the coffee, cold like a body pulled from a freezer. "Now I can explain what happened 3 weeks ago," the other David said, his hollow eyes never blinking. When I sat where you're sitting, he leaned forward, the smell of copper pennies intensified. Underneath it, I caught something else, formaldehyde and rot. You want to know how you die, he whispered. You already have. This is just the moment you realize it. And that's when he told me what would happen in the next 5 minutes, and why I'd been dead since Saturday night. The other leans close. His breath smells like nothing, like absence itself. You think you're trying to prevent your death, he whispers. You're not, you're causing mine. My hands shake. What? The loop needs a witness and a participant. His hollow eyes hold no life, no warmth. I warned you, the voice in the diner, the documents, I tried. I tried everything to keep you away. The vinyl beneath me creaks as I shift. I don't understand. You came anyway. His gray lips pull into something that might have been a smile once. Just like I did. 3 weeks from now, you'll be sitting where I am, warning the next David, and he won't listen either. Can you imagine, knowing you're trapped, that every choice leads back here, but something in his words doesn't fit? If you're me, why do you look like? What happens when you exist outside your own timeline? He stands slowly. The fluorescent lights buzz louder. You decay. At 4:47, my chest tightens. A pressure builds behind my ribs, not pain. Recognition. The other walks toward the restroom. His footsteps echo wrong. Delayed by half a second, I follow, I have to. The narrow hallway, the flickering light. He stands before the mirror, and I see it then, only one reflection staring back. Mine. He turns, steps forward. His cold hand touches my chest directly over my heart. Thank you, he breathes. Now I can rest. The pressure releases. I stumble backward. The hallway is empty. I'm alone. I walk back to booth 7, and outside, Laura pushes through the kitchen door at 4:50. She approaches the corner booth. Empty. The coffee is still warm. The radio crackled at exactly 3:33. I stared at it. Same calm voice cutting through the static, requesting lift clearance. Same polite tone. Same words as the last 3 nights. My finger hovered over the controls, sweat making the cold metal slippery beneath my palm. 4 times now. 4 times, and no ship had ever appeared. The fluorescent lights above me hummed their constant electric whine. I pressed the button. The bridge groaned to life, steel cables squealing as the road deck split and rose toward the night sky. Through the smudged window, I watched the empty black river stretch below, dark and still as oil. Nothing moved down there. Ever. I checked the clock, started counting. The air in the control room smelled like rust and something older, something that had settled into the walls over decades. 20 minutes. That's how long I'd wait, just like protocol demanded, just like I'd done 3 times before. My hands trembled as I gripped the edge of the console. Can you imagine standing alone in a metal box suspended over black water, raising a bridge for ghosts? The river gave back no reflections. Not even moonlight touched its surface tonight. I pressed my face to the cold glass, searching for running lights, for any sign of a vessel. The waiting stretched. 5 minutes. 10. 15. But what I realized at minute 17 made my stomach drop. The timing was too perfect. 3:33 exactly, down to the second. 4 nights in a row. The same voice. The same absence. This wasn't equipment malfunction or miscommunication. Someone or something, was doing this deliberately. I lowered the bridge at minute 20. The machinery groaned in reverse. My reflection stared back from the dark window, pale and hollow-eyed. And that's when I understood this wasn't a game at all. It was a pattern, one I'd already become part of. 4 nights earlier, I thought I'd finally caught a break. The control room at Harbor Point was smaller than I'd expected, cramped, really. But it was mine for the night. My first solo shift. Jean had clapped me on the shoulder during orientation, told me the overnight rotation paid 20% more, and I jumped at it. The divorce lawyer's bills weren't going to pay themselves. Neither was the child support. I settled into the worn operator's chair, ran my fingers across the control panel. Cold metal, smooth from decades of use. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, steady and bright. Outside the single window, the black river stretched away into darkness, invisible except for the faint shimmer where moonlight touched its surface. The radio sat silent on the desk. Vintage equipment, Jean had explained, still worked perfectly. Just call if you need anything, he'd said, though he'd said it quickly, already backing toward the door. I checked my watch. 11:47, 8 hours stretched ahead. I'd brought coffee, a sandwich, my phone for emergencies, though Jean had warned me the signal was spotty out here. The highway above carried the occasional truck, tires humming against pavement, but mostly silence. The kind of silence that makes you aware of your own breathing. At 3:33 in the morning, the radio crackled to life. The sound made me jolt upright, heart hammering. Static hissed, then resolved into a voice. Calm, professional, almost polite. Bridge operator requesting lift clearance. I grabbed the microphone, thumb pressed to the transmission button. Finally, my first real call. Copy that. Stand by for clearance. My hands moved through the sequence Jean had drilled into me. Safety checks, visual confirmation protocols. I peered through the window at the river below. Darkness. Too dark to see much, but the ship's running lights would be visible soon enough. I threw the main lever. The bridge groaned. Hydraulics engaged with a deep mechanical sigh that vibrated through the floor, through my boots, up into my chest. The smell of rust and old grease drifted through the ventilation grate. I watched the drawbridge sections rise, splitting the roadway in half, metal teeth separating against the night sky. 20 feet, 40, 60. The bridge locked into its full vertical position with a solid clunk. I waited, watched the river. Any moment now the ship would glide through, and I'd lower the bridge, log the time, feel that small surge of pride at a job done right. 1 minute passed, then 5. I leaned closer to the window, breath fogging the glass. Where was it? The river remained still, black, empty. 10 minutes, my stomach tightened. Had I missed it somehow? Impossible. Ships that size don't slip past unnoticed. I'd have heard the engine, seen the wake disturbing the water. 15 minutes. I lifted the radio again. Bridge operator to requesting vessel. Do you copy? Static answered. Just static. At the 20-minute mark, protocol required 20 minutes minimum clearance. I lowered the bridge. The hydraulics whined in reverse, and the roadway segments descended, locking together with a metallic thud that echoed across the water. I sat back down, stared at the radio. Miscommunication. Had to be. Maybe they'd had engine trouble, turned back before reaching the bridge. Maybe I'd misheard the call sign and they'd been requesting a different drawbridge upriver. New guy mistakes, it happens. I pulled out the logbook, yellowed pages, columns for date, time, vessel information, and carefully wrote 3:33 a.m. Lift request received. Bridge raised. No vessel passage observed. Possible communication error. My handwriting looked steady, professional, but my hands were shaking. I tried to dismiss it, told myself it was nothing. First night jitters, the isolation getting to me. 8 hours alone in a metal box suspended over dark water. It would make anyone jumpy. Can you imagine? Your first night on any job, the weight of doing it right pressing down on you. I drank my coffee, ate half the sandwich. The fluorescent lights hummed their endless note. At 4:15, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There were scratches on the radio casing, deep ones, like someone had clawed at the metal with their fingernails. And beneath the microphone, barely visible in the harsh light, dark stains had seeped into the plastic grip. Stains that looked rust brown. Stains that looked like dried blood. But what I saw next in that logbook would make my hands shake, for an entirely different reason. The entry that made my blood go cold was simple. Operator James Wilcox. Raised bridge at 3:33 a.m. No vessel logged. The date was 4 years ago. The handwriting stopped mid-sentence. By the third night, I knew the call would come again. I sat in the cramped control room, fluorescent lights humming overhead like trapped insects. My phone showed no signal. It never did out here. The highway above was silent. No cars had passed in hours. The isolation pressed against the walls, thick as fog, and I wondered if you've ever felt that. That sensation of being the only person left in the world. At 3:33 a.m., the radio crackled. Bridge operator requesting lift. The same calm voice, the same words. My hand trembled as I reached for the microphone. Copy that, raising bridge now. I engaged the mechanism. Gears groaned. Steel cables sang their rising pitch. Through the single window, I watched the drawbridge sections lift toward the black sky, splitting the road like a broken bone. Then I waited. The river below remained still, dark, empty. But what I heard next made me question everything I thought I understood about this place. I keyed the mic. No vessel in sight. Please confirm your position. My voice echoed from the speaker. Normal, expected, but beneath it, another echo. My own words, repeating a half-second later, distorted, as if spoken underwater. The sound bubbled up from somewhere deep and cold, carrying the metallic taste of rust on my tongue even though I hadn't moved. I released the mic. The echo continued for 3 heartbeats longer than it should have. Silence flooded back, thick, wrong. I pulled the stack of old logbooks closer, dust coating my fingers like ash. Page after page I found them. Different names, different years, always the same entry, always 3:33 a.m., always no vessel logged. The most recent was 8 years old. And then the names, they just stopped. I found his name on the 3rd logbook down. Ronald Thorne. The handwriting was cramped, meticulous, each letter pressed deep into yellowed paper that smelled of mildew and rust. I traced my finger down the entries, watching the dates march backward through time. 8 years, 9, 10. Then they stopped, just. stopped. The final entry was dated March 19th, 8 years ago, 3:33 a.m. Bridge lift requested. Raised span successfully. Going to check gears. Unusual grinding sound from mechanism. That was it. The sentence didn't even end properly, like he'd set the pen down intending to return. He never did. My hands shook as I flipped through the remaining pages, all blank. I pulled out my phone, desperate for signal despite knowing better. One bar flickered, held, and I searched for Ronald Thorne's name. The article loaded in fragments. Harbor Point Bridge operator. Presumed accidental fall. Body never recovered from Black River. The water was too deep, too cold, the currents too strong. They'd searched for 3 days before calling it off. What would you do? Finding that, knowing you were standing exactly where he'd stood, answering calls that had stopped the moment he disappeared. But the real horror came when I noticed the date. Tonight was March 19th. I checked my watch. 2:58 a.m. The control room suddenly felt smaller, the fluorescent lights buzzing too loud in my ears. The window reflected my pale face back at me, and beyond it, nothing but black water. 3:33. The radio crackled to life, static, then breathing. Then that same calm voice I'd heard 3 nights running, bridge operator requesting lift. My throat closed. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. The voice continued, patient as deep water. I've been waiting 8 years, Walter, please. Just raise the bridge. My throat closed. The voice knew my name. Nobody was supposed to know my name out here. Not on this frequency, not at this hour. I grabbed the radio with both hands, knuckles white against the black plastic. Who is this? My voice cracked. Identify yourself. Now. Static hissed for 3 seconds, 4, 5, then, I am directly below you. The words came slow, deliberate, each syllable dripping like water from rusted metal. I have been waiting 8 years. The radio went cold, dead air, not even static anymore, just silence, thick and wrong, like the space between heartbeats when you think they might not start again. I grabbed my flashlight. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, but I forced myself to move, to look down through the grated floor beneath my boots. The beam cut through darkness, swept across black water 50 feet below. No reflection came back. The light just stopped, swallowed whole by that river, as if the water was drinking it down, hungry for something brighter than itself. I moved the beam left, then right. Nothing. No ripples, no movement. Can you imagine standing above water that refuses to move? The radio crackled back to life. I was the operator before you. My stomach dropped. Ronald Thorne. The name from the logbook, the man who vanished 8 years ago on this exact date, the body they never found. I raised the bridge at 3:33, the voice continued, and I could hear something new in it now, something underneath the calm. Desperation. I went to check the gears. The catwalk was slippery, the rail gave way. I backed against the control panel. The metal felt ice cold even through my uniform shirt. I fell, Walter. A pause. Long enough for me to taste copper on my tongue, to smell the industrial oil and rust in something else. Something like river mud, thick and ancient. I'm still falling. But what he said next would make me understand why no one ever lasted more than a week on this shift. The radio hissed and Thorne's voice continued. Slower now, each word dragging like a body through water. I raised the bridge. Nobody called. The static crackled between his sentences. I walked to check the gears. Thought I heard grinding metal. The catwalk was slippery. Always is cold out there. I pressed my palm against the control room window, felt condensation seep through my fingers. The rail gave way, Thorne whispered. I reached for it, but my hand went through empty air. I fell. Walter, I fell. The transmission stretched, distorted. I'm still falling. Can you imagine that? Falling forever, watching the water rush up but never arriving. I couldn't breathe. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, too bright, too loud. I had to see the catwalk, had to know if the door groaned as I pushed into the night air. Wind bit through my uniform, carrying the sharp smell of rust and river rot. The catwalk stretched ahead, a narrow spine of grated metal suspended over black water. My boots clanged against the floor, each step echoing into the void below. Halfway across, I stopped. The safety rail. Oh God, the rail, it hung at an angle nearly severed. Fresh cuts gleamed in the moonlight, bright silver against decades of corrosion. I knelt, touched the metal with shaking fingers. The edges were sharp, clean, recent. Metal shavings glittered on the grating like crushed glass. Someone had cut this, not 8 years ago, not rust or time or accident, recently. But what I found beneath those shavings would make everything worse. I brushed them aside, and carved into the steel were 3 words: "You are next." Behind me, footsteps rang out against metal, slow, deliberate, coming closer. I wasn't alone on the catwalk anymore. I turned. The footsteps stopped, 10 feet away, maybe less. A figure stood in the catwalk's center, silhouetted against the faint glow of the control room behind him. Operator uniform, navy blue, same as mine. The fabric hung stiff and heavy like it had never dried properly. He took another step. The grating groaned beneath his weight. "Who are you?" My voice cracked. He didn't answer, just walked forward, slow and deliberate. Each footfall echoed through the steel lattice beneath us. The wind carried the smell of the river, cold, brackish, like rot seeping through stone. Another step, closer now. The moonlight shifted through a gap in the clouds. His face came into view. Oh, can you imagine seeing your own face walking toward you in the dark? Not in a mirror, not in a photograph, but there. Real, breathing, it was me. Every detail. The way my jaw tilted slightly left. The scar above my right eyebrow from when I was 12. Even the tired shadows under my eyes from too many sleepless nights. He smiled. I smiled with my mouth. "I need you to raise the bridge," he said, his voice a perfect echo of mine. You finally answered. My legs moved before my brain caught up. I spun and ran toward the control room, boots hammering against metal. Behind me, his footsteps matched mine, steady, unhurried. I grabbed the door handle. Locked. I slammed my shoulder against it. Nothing, the south exit. I sprinted down the catwalk, lungs burning, the severed rail flashing past in my peripheral vision. That door. It had to open. It didn't. Locked. Cold steel against my palms. Every exit. Every way off this bridge. But what I felt through that door would make me understand why he needed me so desperately. I slammed the control room door behind me. The metal filing cabinet screeched across linoleum as I shoved it against the entrance. My breath came in ragged gasps. The desk followed, then the chair. Everything I could move piled against that door. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Footsteps echoed on the catwalk outside. Slow, deliberate, patient. I backed toward the window overlooking Black River. The fluorescent lights hummed above me, that constant electrical whine drilling into my skull. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat. The radio crackled to life. You cannot barricade yourself from this. My own voice. Perfect inflection, perfect tone. The fall never ends, Walter. I pressed my palms against the cold glass, tried to steady myself, tried to think. Every operator becomes the caller. Static hissed between the words. You will push the next one. It is the only way to stop falling. No, I whispered. I'm not. I'm not falling. I'm right here. Are you? The question hung in the air like fog. Something felt wrong, had felt wrong for longer than I wanted to admit. But what hadn't I noticed yet? I turned toward my reflection in the darkened window. Same tired eyes, same hollow cheeks, same uniform. Wait. I looked down at my chest. The fabric clung to my skin. Heavy, cold, I touched my sleeve. And my fingers came away wet, soaking wet. The smell hit me then, thick and mineral, the rotten egg stench of river water mixed with rust and decay. My entire uniform dripped onto the floor. Puddles formed around my boots. How long had I been standing in cold water without feeling it? The door splintered. Wood cracked like bones breaking. The barricade desk chair, everything I'd shoved against it collapsed inward. Metal scraped. Hinges shrieked. I stumbled backward, my boots squelching in the puddle of river water soaking through my uniform. The doppelganger stepped through. My face, my eyes, my mouth forming words I couldn't hear over the roar of blood in my ears. I turned, ran. The only direction left was out, onto the catwalk. Cold wind hit me the moment I crossed the threshold. It howled through the grated floor, carrying the smell of rust and deep water. My hands found the rail, gripped it. The metal felt wrong, too sharp, too thin. Behind me, footsteps steady. Unhurried, please, I whispered. The rail gave way, just snapped. The severed edge gleamed where someone had cut halfway through days ago. Fresh shavings glittered on steel. I lurched sideways, arms windmilling, and my boot slipped through the grating. I fell. But what I experienced in that moment, can you even imagine? The black water rushed up. I braced for impact, for cold, for the river to swallow me whole. It never came. I kept falling and falling. The bridge above me didn't shrink. It stayed the same distance, suspended in darkness, glowing faintly under a moon that never moved. Time stretched like taffy, each second pulling apart into minutes, hours, years. The air around me grew thick, heavy. It pressed against my skin with the weight of deep water. And then I saw them, figures tumbling beside me in the dark. Men in operator uniforms, faces twisted in silent screams, arms outstretched toward a surface they'd never reach. Dozens of them, a column of falling bodies stretching up and down through a void that had no end. Ronald Thorne drifted past. His eyes met mine. Recognition flickered there and pity. My breath caught. Oh, I understood. The wet uniform. The radio calls, the face that wore mine. I hadn't been standing in that control room tonight. I'd been falling the whole time, every shift, every log entry, 8 years. I had been falling for 8 years. And tomorrow night, someone new would arrive to take my place. The fall doesn't end, it just stops mattering. Time moves differently down here. Days compress into heartbeats. Years dissolve like fog. I can't feel my legs anymore, but I can feel the radio in my hand, cold metal pressing into my palm, heavy with purpose. Tonight, a new operator arrives. I know his face before I see it. Young, 26 maybe, needs the money. Divorce papers still fresh. He moves through the control room like I did, touching the same switches, reading the same yellowed logbooks. He doesn't know yet. Can you imagine that innocence? That brief, beautiful moment before understanding. At exactly 3:33 in the morning, I lift the radio to my mouth. The words come automatically. Bridge operator, requesting lift. My voice sounds calm, professional. No hint of the abyss beneath each syllable. I watch through the grated floor as he hesitates, just for a second, then reaches for the lever. The drawbridge groans. Steel screams against steel. The smell of rust and river water rises through the darkness. He raises the bridge. I see him in the control room window, backlit by fluorescent glow. His face is tight with confusion, with the first threads of fear. But what happens next is the part I never understood. Until now, I begin to climb, not up, not exactly. The air solidifies beneath my hands, cold, slick, textured like wet concrete. Ronald Thorne climbs beside me. Others too. An endless procession ascending through the void toward that single yellow rectangle of light. We climb because we must. We climb because the cycle demands completion. We climb because somewhere above, a nervous operator is walking toward the catwalk, and the sabotaged rail is waiting. I grip the invisible rungs. My uniform drips black water. The radio crackles in my pocket. I am still falling. I will always be falling, but first, I have work to do. I knock on the blue door. It shouldn't open, but it does. The hinges scream, a high, wet sound that cuts through the midnight silence. Cold air rushes out, carrying the smell of dust and something metallic. Old copper, maybe, or rust. The darkness inside swallows my flashlight beam for a heartbeat before shapes emerge. Furniture draped in white sheets. A staircase leading up into shadow. And walls. Oh, walls covered in frames. I step inside. The floorboards creak under my weight, each one announcing my trespass. My breath comes shallow. Quick. What would you do? Turn back. I should. But Max led me here every night for 3 weeks, stopping at this door, staring with those amber eyes like he was waiting for me to understand something. So I move deeper. The first photo stops me cold. A child's birthday party, balloons, cake, and a face I know because I see it every morning in the mirror, mine, younger, grinning with frosting on my chin. But that's impossible. I've never been here before. I move to the next frame. My high school graduation, cap and gown, same face. Same scar above my left eyebrow from the bike accident when I was 12, except I don't remember this photo being taken. Don't remember who's standing beside me, arm around my shoulders, smiling. The walls close in with each frame. My childhood, my family, my life captured in moments I can't recall living. But what I find on the mantel changes everything. A dog collar, worn leather, brass tag catching my flashlight. Engraved in clean letters, Max 2015. 9 years ago. Outside, Max whines, low, mournful, like he's been waiting far longer than 3 weeks. And suddenly, I'm not sure who I came here looking for. 3 weeks earlier, I took a job I should have questioned. The email arrived at 10 p.m. Subject line: late night walker needed, Millbrook Complex. I'd walked dogs for 2 years, knew the neighborhoods, needed the money. Simple enough. The message gave an address, apartment 4 billion, and instructions that felt off. Key under mat, note inside. Max knows the route, just follow him. No phone number, no client name. I should have deleted it. But rent was due, and dogs don't judge you for preferring silence. The Millbrook Complex squatted at the edge of town, brick and peeling paint, the kind of building that looked tired even in daylight. At night, under flickering street lamps, it felt like something waiting. I climbed to the 4th floor. The hallway smelled like mildew and copper pennies. Apartment 4 billion had no nameplate, no welcome mat, just a brass key cold in my palm. The note was taped to the inside of the door, handwriting looped and careful. Max knows the route, just follow him. 11 p.m. Be patient. I turned. A German shepherd sat 3 feet away, watching me. I hadn't heard him approach. His eyes caught the dim light wrong, too reflective, like coins at the bottom of a well. Can you imagine a dog that size moving without sound? Max didn't wag his tail, didn't sniff me, just stared. Hey boy, I whispered, my voice cracked. Ready? He stood, walked to the door, waited. The route started normal enough. Down the stairs, out onto Maple, 6 blocks north, through streetlight halos and the wet asphalt smell of October. Max's nails clicked on pavement, steady, rhythmic, like a metronome. He didn't pull at the leash, didn't pause to mark territory or sniff trash, just walked, purposeful, like he'd done this 1,000 times. We turned left at Ashwood Street. That's when the air changed. You know that feeling when you're sure you've been somewhere before, but the memory won't surface. That thickness in your chest, like your body remembers what your mind doesn't. The houses here leaned closer, their windows dark and watchful. Max slowed. His ears flattened. Then he stopped, in front of a house with a blue door. The paint was faded, weathered to the color of a bruise, boarded windows, no lights. Max sat on the cracked sidewalk and stared at that door like it owed him something. 5 minutes passed, maybe more. I checked my phone, 11:43. The dog didn't move, didn't whine, just stared. Max. I tugged the leash gently. Come on, boy. Nothing. The street was too quiet, no cars, no wind. Just the weight of that blue door pressing against my vision, filling my peripheral sight until I couldn't look away. My fingers went numb around the leash. The house smelled wrong, smoke and wet dog and something sweet underneath, like rotting fruit. Finally Max stood, turned, walked us home. I should have been relieved, but what I didn't know yet was that we'd do it again. The next night, and the night after, same time, same route. Same 5 minutes in front of that blue door, while Max sat vigil for something I couldn't see. And every single time, the house would smell a little more familiar. I went back during the day, couldn't help it. After 5 nights of watching Max sit at that blue door like it was the only thing that mattered, I needed to see it in sunlight. Maybe it would look normal. Maybe I'd realize I'd been letting the late hour twist things into something they weren't. but the house looked worse in daylight. The windows were boarded with plywood that had gone gray and warped. No mailbox, no numbers on the door, just the faded blue paint peeling in long, dry strips. The porch sagged in the middle, and the lawn had gone to weeds so tall they brushed my knees as I walked up. I knocked on a neighbor's door first. An older woman cracked it open, silver chain still latched. "Do you know who lives here?" I pointed at the blue door house. Her eyes flicked past me, then back to my face. Something changed in her expression. "No one. How long has it been empty?" She started closing the door. "I don't know, long time." "Wait, do you know anything about—" The door shut. The deadbolt clicked. I tried 2 more houses. One didn't answer. The other, a man in his 40s, looked at me like I'd asked him to dig up his own grave. He shook his head before I even finished the question and stepped back inside. What were they so afraid of? The blue door wasn't locked. That should have stopped me. It didn't. Inside, the air was thick and still, like it hadn't moved in years. Dust hung in the shafts of light that leaked through gaps in the boarded windows. The furniture was still there: couch, coffee table, a bookshelf against the far wall, all of it covered in a fine layer of gray. But it was arranged like someone still lived here, like they'd just stepped out. On the kitchen wall hung a calendar. I walked closer, my shoes leaving prints in the dust on the floor. March 2015. I touched the paper. It crumbled slightly under my fingers. 9 years. The smell hit me then. Faint but unmistakable. Wet dog. That earthy, warm scent of damp fur. And underneath it, something metallic, copper. The kind of smell that coats the back of your throat. I turned, scanning the room. No dog, no source. And then I heard it. Max's whine, high and soft and desperate. But Max wasn't here. I'd left him at the apartment. This was memory, wasn't it? Some trick of my mind pulling his sound from the nights we'd stood outside. The whine came again. Closer. I spun toward the hallway. The sound had come from deeper in the house, from the room at the end of the hall where the door stood halfway open. And that's when I realized I could see my breath. I drove home with my hands shaking on the wheel. The cold I'd felt inside that house still clung to my skin, even though the afternoon sun blazed through the windshield. My mind circled back to one simple fact. Someone had hired me to walk Max. Someone had left a key. Someone had paid up front for 3 months. Someone had to explain this. Back in my apartment, I pulled out my phone and scrolled to the contact labeled Client 4B. The number sat there like it always had. Normal, real. I pressed call, 3 tones. Then a recorded voice, flat and automated. "The number you have reached is not in service." I tried again. Same result. I stared at the screen and felt something shift in my chest. When had I last spoken to this client? I couldn't remember. Not once in 3 weeks had they called to check in. Not once had I needed to report anything. The dog just knew the route. I grabbed my jacket and headed to the Millbrook complex. The building manager's office smelled like burnt coffee and cheap air freshener, a cloying vanilla that stuck to the back of my throat. Mrs. Kowalski looked up from her crossword puzzle with the expression of someone interrupted mid-nap. "Help you?" "Yeah, I need to ask about one of your tenants. Apartment 4B, her pen paused. 4B. Right. I've been doing dog walking services for them, but I can't seem to reach them, and There's no one in 4B, she said it simply. Matter of fact, I blinked. What? 4B's been vacant since late 2014. We had a tenant skip out on rent, left it a mess, still looking for the right renter. She returned to her crossword. You sure you got the right unit? My pulse hammered in my ears. I have a key. She glanced up, frowning now. You have a key to 4B. I pulled it from my pocket. The metal was warm from my grip, solid and real. She stared at it, then at me, then reached for her desk drawer and pulled out a key ring. Flipped through labeled tags. Held one up. This is the master for 4B, only copy I got. Her eyes narrowed. Where'd you get that? Under the mat, I whispered. There was a note. It said Max knows the route. Mrs. Kowalski's face went carefully blank. She set down her pen. I think you should leave. But the real question hadn't been answered yet. I walked to the lobby. The lease board hung by the mailboxes, a cork board with unit numbers and tenant names written in faded marker. I scanned down. 1A Martinez, 2C Pham, 3B Johnston, 4B vacant since 2014. My throat tightened. I turned and walked up the stairs, 2 flights down the hall, counting doors. 1B, 2B, 3B. 4B, I slid the key into the lock. It turned, smooth, easy, like it had every night for 3 weeks. The door swung open. The apartment was empty, completely empty. No furniture, no curtains. Just scuffed hardwood floors and walls with darker squares where picture frames used to hang. Dust motes swirled in the late afternoon light. Except, in the corner of the living room sat a dog bed. Faded blue fabric, edges frayed. And embroidered on the side in crooked letters, Max. The air smelled faintly of wet fur, old, stale, like a ghost of a scent that shouldn't exist in an empty room. I stepped inside. My footsteps echoed. The dog bed looked used. The center was compressed, shaped by weight and time. I knelt and touched the fabric. It was cold, but I could swear I felt the texture of dog hair beneath my fingertips. What would you do if everything pointed to something that couldn't exist, but you could still touch it? I checked my watch. 4:15. In 6 hours and 45 minutes, Max would be waiting at the door, and he would lead me down the same 6 blocks. Turn left, stop at the blue door, just like he had every single night since this started. Since when, exactly? I tried to remember the first night. The note, the key, but the memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water. I remembered doing it. I just couldn't remember it starting. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out, hands trembling, hoping for something, anything that made sense. No notifications, but the screen showed 11:03 p.m. I looked at my watch again. 4:15. The phone's clock ticked forward. 11:04. And from somewhere deep in the empty apartment, I heard the soft jingle of a collar and the click of claws on hardwood, though nothing was there. I drove to the office instead of going home. The dog-walking service shared space above a veterinary clinic, and the smell of disinfectant mixed with old coffee always made my stomach turn. Today it felt worse, sharper. I pushed through the door and found Casey at the desk, scrolling through her phone with the bored efficiency of someone who'd rather be anywhere else. Hey. My voice came out rougher than I intended. I need to ask you about an assignment. She didn't look up. Ma'am, apartment 4 billion, Millbrook Complex, German Shepherd named Max. Her thumb kept moving, scrolling. Don't know it. Casey. I've been walking him for 3 weeks. That made her look up. Her eyes were flat, empty of recognition. You sure? What would you do? When someone stares at you like you've just spoken a language they've never heard. Like you're the one who's wrong. Check the system, I said. She sighed, but she turned to the computer. The keyboard clicks sounded too loud in the small room, each tap echoing off the cheap paneling. I watched her face, watched for the moment she'd find it and apologize for forgetting. But that moment never came. Nothing, she said. No 4 billion assignment under your name. No client at Millbrook Complex at all. My hands went cold. That's impossible. Then maybe you're thinking of a different job. Her tone had shifted. Careful now. The way people talk to someone who might be unstable. I pulled out my phone. My fingers felt numb against the screen, the glass slick with condensation from my palm. I opened my messages, scrolled to the client's number. The thread was gone. Every text, every confirmation, every instruction about Max and his route. Gone. But what I found instead made my mouth fill with the taste of copper. One photo, just one, me. Younger maybe. Hair a bit longer. I'm holding Max, his coat glossier, his eyes brighter, and we're standing in front of a house with a blue door. My smile looks genuine, happy, like I belong there. The date stamp sat in the corner, white text burned into the digital image. March 7th, 2015. I stared at it until the numbers blurred. 9 years ago. I would have been. What, 19? I'd been living 2 states over then, hadn't I? Can you imagine forgetting a photo like that? Forgetting a dog you clearly loved. I couldn't remember taking it. Couldn't remember that version of myself standing on that porch holding that dog. The memory should have been there. Should have felt familiar. Instead, it felt like looking at a stranger wearing my face. You okay? Casey's voice sounded distant. I looked up. She was staring at me now, her expression caught between concern and something else. Fear, maybe. Who assigned me Max? I asked. Jordan, there is no Max. Then explain this. I turned the phone toward her. She leaned in, squinted at the screen. Her face went pale just for a second before she shook her head. That's you, but what? The date's wrong, has to be. She pushed back from the desk. Photo metadata glitches all the time. But we both knew that wasn't true. And what I discovered when I checked the photo's properties would prove that everything I thought I knew about my life had been built on a foundation that was already crumbling. I sat in my car outside the office for 20 minutes, staring at the photo. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The math kept circling through my head like a mantra I couldn't silence. March 2015. The collar engraved with that same date, 9 years ago, but the client, whoever they were, had written that Max was 3 years old, 3 or 12. I pressed my thumb against the screen until it went dark. The sudden absence of light made the parking lot feel enormous around me. Empty. When had everyone else left? I couldn't remember hearing car doors, engines starting. Just my own breathing, loud and uneven in the enclosed space. The phone's glow returned as I opened the browser. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What do you even search for when your own memory has holes big enough to lose 9 years? I started with the address. 1847 Ashwood Street. The blue door house that Max stopped at every single night. 3 results loaded. The first was a real estate aggregate. No listing. Status: uninhabitable. The second was a cached forum post about urban exploration. Abandoned since that fire, one user had written. Shame, pretty neighborhood, that fire. The third result made my stomach drop. Millbrook Gazette, March 19, 2015. The headline was clinical, detached. Body recovered from residential fire. Victim unidentified. But what I found in that article would shatter everything I thought I knew about the past 3 weeks. I clicked it. The page loaded slowly, as if the connection itself was reluctant. The article was short, sparse. Authorities responded to a structure fire at 1847 Ashwood Street on the evening of March 17th. One fatality discovered in an upstairs bedroom. Severe burns prevented immediate identification. No next of kin located. Investigation ongoing. The address hit me like cold water. The same house. The one with Max's collar on the mantel, my childhood photos on the walls, that impossible calendar frozen in time. I scrolled down. There was a photo embedded in the article, low resolution, taken from the street. The house mid-blaze, orange light bleeding through boarded windows, smoke pouring into a dark sky. And there, barely visible in the corner of the frame, a blue door, my blue door. The next image was smaller. A police reference photo, they called it. Victim's personal effects recovered from the scene. I had to zoom in to see it clearly. A dog collar. Metal tags catching the camera flash. I could just make out the engraving. Max. The air in the car felt wrong, too thick, too warm. I cracked the window and heard. Nothing. No traffic. No wind. Just that awful, suffocating silence that presses against your eardrums until you hear your own pulse. I went back to the article. Scrolled past the details I'd already absorbed. At the bottom, there was one more photo. A witness had submitted it, taken earlier that day before the fire. The caption read, "Victim's appearance remains unclear due to image quality." The photo was blurred. Motion maybe, or smoke already starting. But I could see the outline of a person standing on the porch. Dark hair, slender build, one hand raised, palm out like they were waving, or warning someone away. I enlarged it until the pixels fractured into meaningless shapes. Then I looked at my own reflection in the darkened phone screen. Back to the photo. Back to my reflection. Can you imagine that moment? When your face stares back at you from 2 places at once, one living, one dead. The figure in the photo had the same jawline, same height, same way of standing with weight shifted slightly to the left. I dropped the phone. It clattered against the passenger seat, screen still glowing, that blurred figure still waving from 9 years ago. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. The car felt smaller, tighter, like the walls were creeping inward. No, this wasn't possible. But the collar said 2015. The photo on my phone said March 7th, 2015. The article said March 17th. 10 days apart. 10 days. And then someone burned. I grabbed my phone again, hands slick with sweat. I needed to see the house. Now. Needed to prove this was a coincidence, a mistake. Someone who just looked like me. The screen flickered. just for a second. When it stabilized, the article had changed. No, not changed. I was seeing something I'd missed before. At the very end, a single line in smaller text. Neighbors reported seeing a dog at the property for weeks after the incident. German Shepherd. No collar, attempts to capture unsuccessful. Max. Max had been there after the fire, after someone died, after I. What died? Disappeared. The temperature in the car dropped so suddenly I could see my breath. And underneath the scent of old coffee and pine air freshener, something else crept in. Faint but unmistakable. Copper. And wet dog. I looked up at the rear-view mirror. For just a moment, less than a heartbeat, I swore I saw someone sitting in the backseat. Same dark hair. Same face. But burned. What I didn't know yet was that when I turned around to look, the truth waiting in that empty seat would follow me home. I didn't look at the rear-view mirror again. Not once. Not the entire drive home. The key to apartment 4 billion sat in my pocket like a cold stone. I'd carried it for weeks now. Following Max, returning it under the mat, pretending everything made sense. What would you do if every shred of evidence pointed to your own death? Would you keep pretending? Keep walking? I parked outside the Millbrook complex and sat there. Engine ticking, hands shaking. The building manager said 4 billion was vacant. No tenant since 2014, but the key worked. The dog bed was real. Max was real. I got out. The hallway on the 4th floor smelled wrong, not like rot or mildew, but like absence itself. Like air that hadn't moved in years. The brass key scraped against the lock, too loud in the silence. The door opened. Empty. Not just unfurnished. Empty in a way that felt deliberate. No dust patterns where furniture once stood. No marks on the walls. Just bare floorboards and a dog bed in the center of the room, Max's name stitched in faded blue thread. And beside it, a framed photo lying face up. But what I saw in that frame would unravel everything I thought I knew. I knelt down. My knees cracked against the wood. The photo showed me, younger, maybe 5 years ago, kneeling on a porch. Max sat beside me, tongue out happy. Behind us, the blue door. And beyond that, through the window, smoke. Gray tendrils curling against glass. March 7th, 2015. The date was written on the back in my handwriting. I lifted the frame. The glass caught the dim hallway light, and my reflection stared back. Not me. Not exactly. The eyes were hollow, burned edges around the sockets. Mouth open in a silent scream I couldn't hear. And then, footsteps in the hallway behind me. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I froze. Photo frame still gripped in both hands, glass pressing cold against my palms. The burned reflection stared back at me from its surface. Mouth twisted in that silent scream I couldn't hear but somehow felt vibrating in my chest. Then the voice came, low, familiar, like hearing a recording of yourself played back through water. Max has been walking himself for 9 years, trying to bring me home. The air in the hallway smelled wrong. Not musty or stale like an abandoned building should smell, but clean. Antiseptic, like a hospital corridor at 3 in the morning. I died in that house. My breath caught. The frame slipped an inch in my sweating grip. You're me. You just don't remember yet. I spun toward the doorway. Empty. The hallway stretched in both directions, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, flickering in a rhythm that felt deliberate. Doors lined the walls, all closed, all silent. The building made no sound at all, no distant television, no running water, no footsteps retreating. What would you do? Would you run? Would you convince yourself you'd imagined it? I couldn't move, because Max was there, sitting perfectly still in the doorway, exactly where he'd been when I entered. His amber eyes locked on mine with an intensity I'd mistaken for loyalty these past weeks. His tail lay flat against the floor, unmoving. Dogs wag when they see their owners. Dogs shift their weight, pant, tilt their heads. Max did none of those things. He just watched, like he was waiting for me to understand something I should have known all along. But what I didn't know yet was that understanding wouldn't save me. I stepped toward him, legs shaking. Max. His ears didn't twitch at his name. He didn't blink. And when I got close enough to see my own reflection in those amber eyes, I saw the truth staring back. Not my face, but the burned one from the photograph. Hollow, ancient, waiting. The frame fell from my hands and shattered on the floor, and that's when Max finally moved, standing slowly, turning toward the hallway, looking back once as if to say, "Follow." I followed Max toward the hallway window. The glass was cold. I could feel it from 3 feet away. That unnatural chill that makes your skin prickle. My breath didn't fog it. I stepped closer. The reflection wasn't mine. Oh, it wore my face. Same cheekbones, same jawline, but the skin was melted wax pulled tight over bone. Burns crawled up the neck like vines. The eyes, older, so much older. The mouth moved without sound, forming 2 words over and over. Come home. Have you ever run from yourself? From the thing you know you are but refuse to see? I ran. My feet hit the stairs. The apartment door slammed behind me. Cold air bit my lungs as I burst onto the street. I didn't think, didn't need to. My body knew the route. 6 blocks straight. Streetlights flickered overhead. My footsteps echoed off empty storefronts, alone, always alone. But I could hear something else beneath them. Pause steady, relentless, turn left. The blue door loomed ahead, paint peeling like dead skin. I don't remember deciding to go inside, but my hand was already on the knob. It opened. The house smelled like wet ash and copper. Photos lined the walls just as before, but now they were moving, not like film, like time-lapse decay. In the first frame, I was 5, holding a birthday cake. As I watched, the candles melted. My face grew. 10 years old. 15, 20. The smile faded, the eyes hollowed. But what I saw in the last frame made my throat close. Max sat on the mantel beside his collar, perfectly still. Not a dog anymore. Never a dog, just waiting. His amber eyes locked onto mine. And in them, I saw every night of the past 9 years folding in on themselves like origami, collapsing into this single moment. And I realized the route had never been about walking him home at all. The glass didn't shatter, it parted like water, like smoke. The reflection stepped through and the smell hit me first, ash and copper and something older. Charred meat left too long in summer heat. My stomach twisted, but I couldn't look away. Because it was me, my face, my height. My posture, the slight forward lean from years of walking dogs in the cold. But the skin, oh God, the skin was wrong, melted in places, stretched too tight over the left cheekbone. The eyes were mine, though, same green, same exhaustion. It raised one hand, palm up, offering. "You don't have to be afraid," it said, and the voice was mine too, just deeper, smoke damaged. My legs wouldn't move. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But all I could do was stare at that outstretched hand, at the burned scars crawling up the wrist like roots. 9 years, it whispered. Max has been so patient. I turned. Max sat on the mantel, perfectly still, watching, waiting. What? What happens if I take your hand? The reflection smiled. It cracked the burned skin at the corners. You come home. That's when I understood what home meant. What Max had been walking toward every single night at 11. Not a place, an ending, but the thing I couldn't explain. The thing that terrified me more than the scars or the smell or the wrongness of it all was that part of me wanted to reach out. Part of me had been reaching for 9 years without knowing it. Max barked. Once. Sharp. Final. My hand moved before my mind could stop it. The reflection's fingers closed around mine, and the cold was immediate, deeper than winter, deeper than bone. The house groaned. The photos on the walls stopped shifting, faces freezing mid-decay. The smell of smoke thickened. I tasted it, felt it coat my throat, and then I'm in the van, engine running. Dashboard clock reads 10:58. My hand rests on the steering wheel. Keys dangle from the ignition. In the passenger seat, my phone buzzes with a reminder. 4 billion pickup, 11 p.m. I know this moment. I've lived it before. But here's what changed. Here's what I know now that I didn't know then. I can feel the hand still gripping mine, even though I'm alone, even though the reflection is gone. The cold hasn't left. It lives under my skin now, threaded through every vein, wrapping around my ribs like wire. I put the van in drive. 6 blocks. Turn left. Blue door. Max will be waiting at apartment 4 billion. He always is. And tonight, like every night, I'll clip the leash to his collar and we'll walk the route together. He'll stop at the house. He'll whine. And I'll pretend I don't know why. Because that's the thing about coming home. Once you're there, you can't leave. I pull out of the parking space. The radio crackles to static, and beneath it I hear breathing that isn't mine. The rearview mirror shows my face. Just my face. For now, but I know what's waiting in the glass. What's always been waiting. And I know that one night, maybe tonight, maybe in another 9 years, I'll look in that mirror and see the reflection staring back. And it will smile, because we're the same now. We always were. The van turns left. The blue door waits ahead. Max is already sitting on the porch. The camera mount was empty. I stood there in the ravine, flashlight beam shaking across the stripped bolts where camera 14 should have been. 90-minute hike through black forest for nothing. My breath fogged in the October cold, pine needles slick under my boots. Then I saw the note, zip-tied to the tree. White paper, my own blocky handwriting. I recognized it immediately. The words made my stomach drop. Don't go home tonight. I'm you from 6 days ahead. Something's waiting. I went home. I didn't make it. Can you imagine reading that? Your own warning from yourself. My pulse hammered in my ears. This had to be a prank. Some hiker found my camera, thought they'd mess with the forest weirdo. But the handwriting, the specific details, 6 days ahead. I read it again, hands trembling, a branch snapped behind me. Close, maybe 20 feet. I spun, flashlight cutting through the dark. Nothing, just trees, shadows layering on shadows. The forest held its breath around me, and I realized how utterly alone I was. No cell signal, no backup, just me and whatever was out there. Another sound, footsteps, deliberate. Hello, my voice cracked. A figure stepped into the light, holding my camera 14. Red recording light blinking. But what I saw next would shatter everything I thought I understood about reality. The face, oh God, the face. It was mine, same scar on the left cheek, same jacket, same exhausted eyes. He looked. Hollow, wrong. The air around him smelled like smoke and ash, thick and acrid. He raised the camera, aimed it at me. His lips moved, voice a rasp I felt in my bones. You're already dead. I watched it happen. My mind raced back to when it started, 6 nights ago. The notification chimed at 2:13 in the morning. Camera 14 uploading motion-detected images. I'd rolled over in bed, Vanessa warm beside me, and ignored it. Standard protocol. Wildlife moved at night. By dawn, I'd pulled the files over burnt coffee at my kitchen table. The mug's heat bled into my palms as I opened the first image. A figure, standing at the ravine's edge, 70 yards from the camera. Hiker, I told myself, lost, but the timestamp read 3:17 in the morning. No headlamp, no visible gear. The next night, another upload, same figure, 50 yards now, closer, third night. 30 yards, the resolution sharpened. I could make out a jacket, dark. Familiar cut, fourth night, 20 yards, I zoomed in. My hand trembled against the trackpad. The figure wore my jacket, the navy one with the torn pocket from last season. Same build, same stance. But what I saw on the 5th night changed everything. 15 yards from camera 14, close enough for facial features. I enlarged the image until pixels fractured across my screen. The scar on the left cheek, the exact angle of the jaw, the hollow eyes staring directly at the lens. It was me, same clothing, same everything, down to the boots I'd worn that very day. My breath caught. Cold sweat prickled down my spine. I scrolled to the 6th upload, received just hours before I'd driven out to check the site. The image stopped my heart, not the forest, not the ravine. My living room, door open, someone entering, timestamp 6 days ahead, October 21st, 9:47 at night. The exact time I always came home, and that's when I understood. Whatever was hunting me knew my schedule better than I did. I drove, gravel pinging against the undercarriage, headlights cutting through pine shadows that swallowed the road behind me. My hands wouldn't stop shaking on the wheel. Camera 14 was 90 minutes into the forest, and I had to retrieve it. Had to see what was real. The trailhead appeared at 4:37. I grabbed my pack and flashlight, locked the truck. The forest swallowed sound here. No wind, no animals, just the crunch of my boots on frozen needles. Every 20 steps I'd stop. Listen. Nothing followed, but the silence felt. Occupied, can you understand that? When emptiness has weight. 40 minutes in, my breath came shallow. The cold bit through my jacket, tasting of metal and old smoke. Wrong for October. Wrong for this forest I'd walked 100 times. But what I found at the ravine would make everything else irrelevant. The mount was empty. Camera 14 gone. Just the aluminum bracket bolted to the pine, security cables dangling like severed nerves. I ran my fingers over the cut ends. Fresh. Someone used bolt cutters today. Then I saw the note. White paper zip-tied to the trunk at eye level. My own handwriting. I'd know those loops anywhere the way I slashed my capital I's. My hands trembled as I tore it free. The words burned into my skull. I'm you from 6 days ahead. Don't go home, something's waiting. I went home, I didn't make it. My chest tightened. 6 days ahead. The timeline matched, the uploads, the progression, that final image of my living room door. What would you do? Would you believe it? I read it again. The paper smelled like ash. What I didn't know yet was that the warning had already failed. My phone buzzed in my pocket. The screen lit up. New upload received. Camera 14. Timestamp. Oh God, timestamp. 6 minutes from now. I didn't look up from my phone. That saved me. The air shifted behind me. A rush of movement, and I threw myself sideways as my hands, the same calloused fingers, grabbed for my throat. I hit the ground hard. Pine needles bit into my palms. The figure crashed down on top of me, and the smell hit me like a fist. Smoke. Ash. Wrong, he was me. Exact weight. Exact reach. We grappled in the dirt, silent except for our breathing, identical rhythms fighting against each other. His grip on my wrist was the same strength I'd used 1,000 times tightening bolts on camera mounts. I knew how hard he'd squeeze before my bones gave. He knew I'd twist left to break free. So I twisted right. His fingers slipped. I rolled, kicked his knee, felt it buckle the way mine would, got to my feet, ran. The ravine opened before me, steep and black between the trees. I didn't think, just moved. Branches whipped my face. Roots tried to trip me. Behind me, footsteps. Identical boots hitting the same stones at the same speed. Running won't change it. His voice tore through the forest. My voice, hoarse and desperate. I already lived this. But what he shouted next made my blood freeze. I crashed through underbrush, lungs screaming. The trail. Where was the trail? Darkness pressed in from all sides. Every tree looked the same. I'd hiked this route 12 times, but panic scrambled my memory. Left or right? Which way led back to there? The orange trail marker. I burst onto the path and saw my truck 50 yards ahead, pale paint gleaming in the moonlight. Keys already in my hand. When had I grabbed them? I didn't remember, didn't care. The door, the ignition, engine roaring to life. I threw it in reverse, tires spitting gravel. Spun the wheel, shifted to drive. The truck lurched forward down the fire road, and only then did I look back. He stood in the middle of the road, motionless. Camera 14 raised to his face, red light blinking, photographing me. What would you do? Would you floor it and never look back? Or would you already know, deep in your bones, that the shutter sound echoing through the pines was the sound of fate closing around you? I drove faster. The figure shrank in my rearview mirror but never moved. Just stood there, watching, recording. My hands shook on the wheel. I could still smell the ash on my clothes where we'd touched. A smell that shouldn't exist yet, a smell from 6 days ahead when something burned. The road twisted through the forest. I took the turns too fast, branches scraping the truck's sides. But no matter how many miles I put between us, I couldn't shake the certainty settling into my chest like ice water. He'd let me go. He'd already known I would run. He'd watched himself do it 6 days ago, and he'd photographed my escape anyway, because whatever came next required documentation. The camera always captured what mattered. My phone lay on the passenger seat, screen dark. I didn't want to check it. Didn't want to see if camera 14 had uploaded again. Something new, something further ahead in the timeline. But my eyes kept drifting to it, waiting for the notification light to pulse. What would the next photo show? I was 20 minutes from the ranger station when my phone finally buzzed. The screen lit up. One new upload. Camera 14. Timestamp. 72 hours from now. And the preview image that flashed across my screen made me swerve hard enough to nearly leave the road. The ranger station's lights burned yellow through the trees. I yanked the wheel right, tires spitting gravel as I skidded into the empty lot. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The phone sat in the cup holder, screen dark now, but I'd seen the preview image, just a glimpse before I'd swerved. Enough to know it was getting worse. I stumbled through the door. Hank looked up from his desk, coffee mug halfway to his lips. The station smelled like burnt grounds and pine cleaner, and something else. Something faint, like ash carried on wind that shouldn't be blowing indoors. "Breslin," he set the mug down, "you look like hell." Camera 14. My voice came out raw. There's someone in the forest. He looks exactly like me. He had the camera, he knew. Whoa. Slow down. I'm not crazy. Was I? The uploads, 6 nights of photos. The figure approaching is me, Hank. Same clothes, same scar. And the last photo shows my house 6 days ahead and trail cam malfunction. Hank leaned back in his chair, and it creaked in a way that felt wrong, delayed, like the sound arrived a heartbeat after the movement. Happens all the time. Lens flare creates doubles, or some pranksters messing with you. This isn't a prank. Then what is it? His eyes held no belief, only pity. You've been out there alone too long. Vanessa's been saying, don't. I cut him off. Just don't. But what could I say that wouldn't sound insane? What would you do if your supervisor looked at you like you'd already lost your mind? My phone buzzed. New upload received. I pulled it from my pocket. The screen felt ice cold against my palm, colder than it should have been. Hank was talking, something about mandatory psych evals and taking time off, but his words dissolved into static as I opened the file. The timestamp read 72 hours ahead. The photo showed this room, this exact office, empty. Hank's radio on the desk, microphone cord dangling, papers scattered across the floor, and on the tile beside the filing cabinet, a dark pool that could only be blood. I looked up. Hank was still sitting there, coffee mug raised again, alive and annoyed and completely unaware. The camera knew what was coming. It had already seen it happen, and I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. But the next upload would arrive even sooner than I thought. I dialed Vanessa the moment I hit the gravel road. My phone pressed cold against my ear, hands shaking so badly the truck swerved twice before I steadied the wheel. 1 ring, 2, 3. "Come on," I whispered. "Please." Voicemail. Her voice bright and professional. I hung up, tried again. Same result. My chest tightened. She always answered, always. Even during shifts, she'd text back within minutes. I drove past the ranger station turnoff, heading toward our house instead. The headlights carved tunnels through darkness, trees blurring into black walls on either side. What would you do if someone showed you proof that the people you loved were already gone? Would you go home anyway? I parked a quarter-mile out and killed the engine. The walk through the tree line felt endless, every snap of a twig beneath my boots too loud, too exposed. Our house emerged through the pines, a warm glow against the night, lights on in the living room. Kitchen too. Movement flickered past the window, a shadow crossing from left to right. Someone was home. I crouched at the edge of the clearing, pulse hammering in my throat. The television played through the glass, canned laughter from some sitcom Vanessa never watched. Her purse sat on the kitchen counter, keys beside it. Everything looked normal, except she wasn't visible, nowhere. But what I saw next made my blood turn to ice. I crept closer, feet silent on damp grass. The front door hung open, just an inch, just enough. Cold air drifted out, carrying something with it, a smell that didn't belong, smoke, ash, the acrid tang of something burned, not wood, not food, flesh. The scent coated my tongue, thick and wrong, and I knew Vanessa wasn't just missing. Whatever had happened in that ranger station, photo 3 days from now had already started here. Tonight. I pushed the door wider, metal grip cold against my palm. The smell hit harder inside, ash and copper and something chemical like melted plastic. The television still played, canned laughter echoing through the silence. The living room was wrong. Our floor lamp lay shattered near the couch, glass shards glinting under the overhead light. The armchair we'd bought last spring, overturned, one leg snapped clean off. Dark droplets trailed across the hardwood. Blood. Small spatters at first, then larger, leading toward the hallway. Vanessa, my voice died in the stale air. I followed the trail. Each step the floorboards creaked beneath me. The sound felt obscene in the quiet. Can you imagine it? Walking through your own home, hunting for your wife's body. The blood led to our bedroom door and stopped. I shoved it open. Empty bed. Sheets pulled back like she'd just risen. Her phone on the nightstand, screen dark. Closet door hanging open. Nothing. No one. But what I found when I returned to the living room made my skin go cold. Camera 14 sat on the coffee table, right there, in the center. Lens aimed directly at the front door. The red recording light blinked steadily, patient, mechanical, still capturing, still watching. I hadn't brought it inside. I hadn't even found it in the forest. My hands shook as I lifted it. Heavy, real. The viewfinder display glowed faintly in the dim room. I pressed the review button. 168 photos captured. The number pulsed on the tiny screen. Tonight's images, all of them, time-stamped in sequence, starting hours ago, when I was still at the ranger station, when someone else was here, when Vanessa was still home. I stared at the blinking cursor. Review. My thumb trembled against the smooth plastic as I pressed review. The viewfinder glowed green. The first photo loaded. Timestamp 8:43 tonight. The front door. Opening, I scrolled forward. A figure stepping inside. Dark jacket. Jeans, work boots. The same ones I was wearing. The camera had been positioned on the coffee table, lens aimed at the entryway, motion triggered. Each photo captured in 2-second intervals. Photo 12, the figure turning, face visible now. My face, Can you imagine staring at yourself committing a crime you don't remember? I couldn't breathe, couldn't blink, but I kept scrolling because I had to know. Photo 18. Vanessa appearing in the kitchen doorway, phone in hand. Her mouth open, calling out. Photo 20. The figure me crossing the living room toward her. Photo 22. Empty frame. They'd moved out of view. The next 6 photos showed nothing. Just the overturned lamp casting shadows across hardwood. Then, photo 29 captured movement again. But what I saw in the following images would crack my understanding of reality itself. Photo 30. My doppelganger walking back into frame. Calm, expression blank. He moved like someone completing a checklist. He approached the coffee table, reached toward the camera, adjusted the angle slightly. Photo 31, his hand withdrawing. Photo 32 through 167, a nightmare slideshow. Me carrying the camera outside. Close-up of my truck's interior, dashboard clock visible. Forest road, darkness between trees, the ravine, finally. The empty mount where camera 14 had been zip-tied, where I'd found the note. The metallic smell of blood still hung in the air around me. I lowered the camera. I hadn't driven to the ranger station tonight to avoid coming home. I'd already been here, and whatever I'd done to Vanessa, I was about to do it again. I smashed camera 14 against the coffee table edge. The plastic housing cracked, split. The lens shattered, tiny glass fragments scattering across hardwood. I pried open the battery compartment, ripped out the SD card, and held my lighter beneath it. The acrid stench of melting plastic filled my nostrils, sharp and chemical. The card curled, blackened, dripped onto the floor. There. Done. I called 911. My wife is missing. There's blood, please. They arrived within 40 minutes. 2 officers. The younger one swept his flashlight across the living room while his partner questioned me. You said there was blood, Mr. Breslin. I pointed to the bedroom threshold. Nothing there. The carpet clean. Vacuum lines still visible. It was right there. The older officer exchanged a glance with his partner. And your wife's name? Vanessa. Vanessa Breslin. She's a nurse at St. Mary's. She wouldn't just, sir. He tapped his notepad. Our records show she checked into a hotel in Portland yesterday afternoon. Left a note on your kitchen counter. What note? What would you do if everyone insisted you were wrong about your own life? But what I discovered 3 days later made the missing blood seem trivial. I checked the counter. There it was. Vanessa's handwriting. Needs some space. Don't call. I didn't remember seeing it. Days blurred after that. I'd find myself standing in rooms with no memory of entering. Meals half-eaten. My phone showing calls I didn't recall making. Then I woke in my truck, engine running, headlights cutting through dawn mist. The forest road stretched ahead, familiar and wrong. I looked down. Camera 14 sat intact in the passenger seat, red light blinking, and the SD card, unmelted, unmarked, was slotted firmly inside. I woke with dawn light slicing through the pines, camera 14 heavy in my lap. The ravine stretched below me, steep, familiar, wrong. My hands were coated in ash. The smell, smoke, and something chemical, burnt plastic, clung to my jacket like a second skin. I had no memory of driving here. 6 days. That's how long the loop had said. 6 days between the photo and the event. I tried to count backward, but the hours had blurred together like wet ink. Meals I didn't remember eating. Conversations I couldn't recall. Vanessa's voice on the phone, distant, pleading, then nothing. The camera's red light blinked, still recording, through the trees, movement. A figure hiking uphill toward the empty mount where camera 14 should have been. Same navy jacket, same deliberate gait, same scar catching the early light. Me, 6 days ago. Can you imagine watching yourself walk toward your own destruction? I wanted to scream, to warn him, to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. The loop had its own gravity now, pulling me forward like current dragging a drowning man deeper. I watched my past self reach the tree. Confusion flickered across his face, my face. He found the note zip-tied to the bark. Read it. His hands trembled, but what happened next wasn't a choice anymore. I stepped from the shadows, camera 14 raised. His head snapped toward me. Recognition. Horror. The exact expression I'd worn 6 days ago. Or was it 6 days from now? Time had lost meaning. I opened my mouth. The words came automatically as if I'd rehearsed them 1,000 times before. You're already dead, I whispered. I watched it happen. His eyes widened. He stumbled backward. Therefore, I lunged forward, not because I wanted to, but because I already had. The loop closed around us both like a fist. I was the doppelganger now, the warning, the inevitable. And somewhere, 6 days ahead, another version of me was waking up, beginning again. The automated narration cut out at 2:31. I looked up from the console, fingers still hovering over the playback controls. The projection dome hummed through the speakers. That low, electrical thrum I'd heard for 12 years. But the voice smooth, recorded, designed to guide 30 drowsy college kids through the cosmos, had simply stopped. Static crackled, then silence. The control booth felt colder than usual. My breath didn't fog, but the chill bit through my jacket anyway. I tapped the console. Nothing. The coffee beside me had gone lukewarm hours ago, the stale scent mixing with burnt dust from the ancient equipment. Come on, I muttered, fingers dancing across switches. Then the speakers woke up again. But it wasn't the automated narration, it was my voice. You died last show. The words came through clear, calm, like I was reading star coordinates. Cardiac arrest at 2:34 a.m. My hand froze over the keyboard. You are still running shows. No, this was. What a prank. But who would check the schedule? The audio cut again, just the projector hum. That familiar, wrong hum that suddenly felt too loud, too close, pressing against my eardrums like water pressure. What would you do if you heard your own voice tell you that you died? I stared at the console. My reflection stared back from the dark glass separating the booth from the dome beyond. Same tired eyes, same unwashed hair, same badge clipped to my chest, the laminated photo from 6 years ago when I still smiled. My hands were shaking. I didn't want to touch the keyboard, didn't want to open the booking system, because some part of me, the part that ignored chest pains and worked 70-hour weeks, knew that whatever I found there would change everything. But I reached for the mouse anyway. The screen flickered to life. Blue light washed over my trembling fingers as I navigated to the schedule database. 6 months of bookings loaded in a cascade of entries. I scrolled. Every single entry. 2 a.m. Same time slot. And every single one read the same two words, memorial service. But what I saw in the notes field made my breath catch in my throat. I scrolled. February 3rd, memorial service. February 10th, memorial service. March 17th, memorial service. Every entry at 2 a.m., every single one. The schedule stretched forward 6 months, and the pattern never broke. My hand hovered over the first entry. I clicked the notes field. The text expanded. 4 words for Simon Graves, deceased. The booth suddenly felt too cold, the kind of cold that comes from inside. I could hear the projector's electrical hum through the wall, steady, mechanical, indifferent. My breath came shallow, fast. Can you imagine seeing your own memorial service listed, over and over, scheduled like routine maintenance? I grabbed my phone, my supervisor's number, Angela Rios, 52 years old, perpetually skeptical, the only person who might believe me because she'd worked here longer than anyone. The call connected after 3 rings. Simon, her voice was thick with sleep. It's 2:30, I need you to come in. My voice cracked. Now, please. Something in my tone must have registered. She didn't argue. 20 minutes later, headlights swept across the parking lot. I heard her car door slam. Footsteps on concrete. The emergency entrance buzzer. But what happened when she walked in would shatter everything I thought I understood. Angela appeared in the doorway, and the fluorescent lights above her flickered, casting her face in strobing shadows. Her skin looked pale, wrong, like she'd seen something on the drive over. "Show me," she said. I played the recording, my voice. "You died last show. Cardiac arrest at 2:34 a.m. She listened without moving, without blinking. The silence after it ended felt heavier than the words themselves. Then she turned to me, and her expression was careful, distant. "What employee number did you say you were?" 372, I said. "Employee number 372. Angela turned to the desktop computer on the break room counter. Her fingers moved slowly across the keyboard, each keystroke deliberate, careful. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed like dying insects. The monitor's glow painted her face blue. I watched her expression shift, mouth tightening, eyes widening just enough. "Simon Graves." She read the words off the screen, voice flat. "Hired November 2012. Worked overnight shifts exclusively." A pause, too long. "Deceased March 15th, 8 months ago." The word hung in the stale air between us. That's not possible," I said. But my voice sounded hollow even to myself. Heart attack in the projection booth during an overnight show. Angela's eyes remained fixed on the screen. "Cardiac arrest at 2:34 a.m. Paramedics arrived at 3:15. She swallowed. "You were already gone." I stepped toward the monitor. She moved back, just one step, but the message was clear. "Angela, I'm standing right here. I called you 20 minutes ago. The personnel file has a death certificate attached." Her hand trembled as she clicked the mouse. "Signed by the county coroner." What would you do if someone showed you proof of your own death? Would you believe them? Or your own pulse hammering in your throat? But Angela wasn't looking at me anymore. She was looking through me. "You are not supposed to be here." The words came out barely above a whisper. She backed toward the break room door, her coffee-stained mug forgotten on the counter. Wait, I reached for her arm. My fingers passed through empty air. No, not through. She'd simply moved faster than I'd registered. She was gone. The door swung shut with a soft click. I stood alone in the break room. The clock on the wall still read 2:34. It hadn't moved since. When? I couldn't remember it ever showing a different time. The projector's hum filtered through the walls. Low, constant, the only sound in the entire building besides my breathing. I turned to the dark window beside the coffee station. My reflection stared back. Same face, same uniform, same ID badge clipped to my chest. I touched the badge. The plastic felt cold, too cold, like it had been sitting in a freezer. The temperature seeped through my fingertips, spreading up my wrist. The reflection in the window blinked. I didn't. And that's when I noticed something behind my reflection in the glass. Something moving in the hallway I couldn't see. I ran back to the control booth. My hands shook as I pulled up the security system, the keyboard clicking too loud in the silence. Angela was wrong. She had to be wrong. The college group had been here tonight. I'd watched them file in, heard their voices echo through the dome. I'd pressed the start button for them at 2 a.m. sharp. The monitor flickered to life, bathing my face in pale blue light. I scrolled through the feeds. Main entrance. Lobby. Projection dome. Empty, all of them. Empty. I rewound the footage to 2 a.m. My fingers trembled against the cold plastic controls. The timestamp counted backward in the corner of the screen, numbers dissolving into earlier hours. There. 2 o'clock. I hit play. The main entrance remained dark. No headlights swept across the glass doors. No figures moved through the lobby. The motion sensors never triggered. But what I saw next made my chest tighten in a way that had nothing to do with my heart. The projection dome feed showed me, alone in the booth, talking to no one. My mouth moved, gesturing toward rows of seats that held only shadows and stale air. I watched myself smile, press buttons, adjust the microphone as if students were listening below. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that, speaking to ghosts you believed were real? I clicked to the parking lot camera. The asphalt stretched empty under the single flickering streetlight. No cars, not a single vehicle in any of the marked spaces. I zoomed in on my usual spot near the employee entrance. Nothing. My car wasn't there, had never been there tonight. I scrolled back further, searching for the moment I'd arrived for my shift. The footage jumped, stuttered, and I realized something that turned my blood cold. The timestamp in the corner didn't read tonight's date. It read 8 months ago, the night I died, and the footage was still recording. I walked into the projection dome. The projector hummed behind me, the same mechanical drone I'd heard 1,000 times. But the stars above were moving wrong. They didn't follow the programmed sequences. They crawled across the domed ceiling like insects, clustering, rearranging themselves into shapes that shouldn't exist. Letters, words, "You are the show." My throat tightened. I stood frozen in the center of the dome, neck craned upward, watching the constellation shift and spell. The automated voice had gone silent. Only the projector's low whir filled the space. "They come to watch you die again." The stars pulsed brighter, then dimmer, as if breathing. My hands trembled. Can you imagine seeing your death written in light above you? The certainty of it, the inevitability. 2:34 a.m. I looked down at my watch. The digital display glowed faint green in the darkness. 2:32 a.m. 2 minutes. But what those 2 minutes would bring, I wasn't ready to understand. The air changed, dropped. I felt it on my skin first. A sudden, vicious cold that bit through my shirt and pressed against my chest. My breath came out in a cloud. Then another. White fog curling from my lips in a building that never got this cold. The heating system ran constantly. Always too warm in the booth. Always something creaked behind me. Not the projector, not the ventilation, a seat. I turned, slowly, the fog of my breath trailing across my vision. The rows of reclining chairs stretched into shadow, but they weren't empty anymore. And what sat there watching me with unblinking eyes wasn't anything I could have prepared for. The seats were full, every single one. Figures sat motionless in the reclining chairs, faces tilted upward, but not toward the projected sky, toward me. The cold air carried that stale smell of old upholstery and something else, something metallic like copper on the tongue. I recognized the closest face immediately. Mine, not a resemblance, not similar features, exact. Same crooked nose from the bike accident when I was 12. Same thin scar through my left eyebrow. But this version wore a leather jacket I'd thrown away years ago, face smoother, younger. Teenage me staring with eyes that didn't blink. My breath caught. The figure beside him was older. 40s maybe, thicker around the middle. Hair graying at the temples in a way mine hadn't started yet. Still me. Still those same pale blue eyes locked on my face with unnerving stillness. I turned slowly, scanning the rows. All me. Different ages scattered throughout the dome like a gallery of lives I'd lived. And lives I never would. In the back row sat a version with white hair and deep wrinkles, liver spots on hands folded peacefully in his lap. Can you imagine seeing yourself at 70, knowing you'll never reach it? The silence pressed against my eardrums. No breathing, no rustling fabric, just the mechanical hum of the projector and my own ragged gasps fogging the frigid air. But what terrified me most wasn't seeing myself multiplied across the theater. It was the realization that they'd been waiting for this moment. The speakers crackled overhead. That automated voice, the one I'd recorded years ago for the Memorial Astronomy program, filled the dome with smooth, professional calm. Welcome to the memorial show. The spotlight above me blazed to life, and every version of myself leaned forward in perfect unison. The projection lights moved, not dimmed, not shifted naturally. They snapped into new alignment with mechanical precision, and suddenly every beam converged on me. A perfect circle of white light pinned me to the center of the dome floor. The audience sat just beyond the brightness, their faces half-shadowed, eyes reflecting the glare. My automated voice echoed through the dome, impossibly calm. Please observe the subject in his final moments. The words hung in the frozen air. Subject, not person, not man. Subject. Every version of me leaned forward an inch. Perfect synchronization. Not one blink among them. The teenage me in the third row had the same hollow stare as the elderly one I'd never become. They weren't watching the stars anymore. They were watching me die. Can you imagine that? Being the only exhibit in your own memorial. The cold I'd felt earlier. It wasn't from the air conditioning. It was something deeper. Something wrong with the space itself. My breath came out in visible clouds, but the spotlight burned against my skin, hot and cold at once. My body couldn't decide which sensation to process. Then the pressure started. Oh, a weight pressed against my sternum. Familiar, terrifying. The same crushing sensation from 8 months ago, except I had no memory of 8 months ago. I'd been here every night, hadn't I? My left arm tingled, not painfully, not yet. Just present, wrong. I glanced at my watch. 2:33 a.m. 1 minute left. But what I didn't understand then, what none of the audience versions would tell me, was that the real show hadn't even started yet. The pain split my arm open from the inside. White hot. Molten. I gasped. No air came. My knees buckled and the dome floor slammed against my shoulder, cold concrete biting through my shirt. The impact should have hurt. I felt only the crushing weight against my sternum, like someone had stacked cinder blocks on my chest. Can you imagine? Dying while they watch. Every version of myself leaned forward in perfect synchronization. Not a sound. Not a breath. Just the slow creak of seats tilting and that horrible silence pressing against my eardrums. I tried to speak. My jaw moved. Nothing. My heartbeat thundered in my skull, irregular, skipping, frantic. Thump, thump. Pause. Thump. The rhythm felt wrong, like music played off tempo. I clawed at the floor, fingernails scraping concrete, searching for purchase that didn't exist. Above me, the projected stars began to move. They swirled. Faster. A vortex of light spinning counterclockwise, pulling my vision into a tunnel. The edges of the dome darkened first, then the seats, then the faces of my audience. Only the spinning remained, only the crushing, only the sound of my own failing heart. 2:34 a.m. My watch face glowed in my peripheral vision. But what happened at 2:34 would change everything I thought I understood about death. The pressure peaked. My heart convulsed once, then stopped. Silence, complete, total. The kind of quiet that exists before sound was invented. Darkness swallowed the vortex, the dome, the versions of myself. I floated in nothing. No pain, no cold, no anything. Then the hum of the projector filled my ears. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Coffee stains marked the control booth console. I stood upright, hand reaching for the playback button. The automated show began. My watch read 2 a.m. And that's when I realized the real horror wasn't dying. It was having to do it again. 34 minutes. That's all I have. 34 minutes before my heart stops, and then I'm back here again. The control booth hums around me. Same coffee-stained console. Same flickering monitor displaying 2 a.m. exactly. My hands won't stop shaking. I bolted for the exit. My footsteps echoed through the empty corridors, sneakers slapping against linoleum that smelled faintly of industrial cleaner and something else. Something stale, like air that hasn't moved in months. The emergency exit glowed red ahead. I slammed into the push bar with both palms. The metal was ice cold, and I was back in the control booth. Not transported, just there, like I'd never left. The corridor, the running, the door, gone, erased. I tried again. Different exit. Same result. The parking lot door led to the booth, the loading dock, the maintenance hatch. Every route circled back to this cramped room with its perpetual chill and the projector's monotonous drone. But what I did next would change nothing at all. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a metal equipment case, and swung it into the projector. Glass exploded. Sparks showered across the console. The sharp smell of ozone and burning plastic filled the air. The projector coughed, sputtered, went dark. Silence. Then, a whir. The projector hummed back to life. Glass fragments on the floor lifted, drawn backward like a film in reverse. They reassembled. The cracks sealed. Within seconds, it sat perfect and undamaged, casting its programmed stars across the dome. I screamed. The sound swallowed itself in the empty planetarium, absorbed by rows and rows of vacant seats that I knew weren't really vacant at all. My watch read 2:17 a.m. I pulled up the booking schedule with trembling fingers. 6 months of entries, memorial service, memorial service, memorial service, every single one, for me. And that's when I noticed the dates had changed. At 2:31, I stopped running. My legs simply wouldn't carry me anymore. Not toward another exit that led nowhere. Not toward another tool I could break the projector with. The cold air of the control booth pressed against my skin like 1,000 frozen fingertips. I could hear the steady electrical hum beneath everything, the sound of machinery that would never stop. What would you do if you finally understood? I walked down the corridor toward the projection dome. My footsteps echoed wrong, each one landing twice. The door opened before I touched it. Inside, the audience of myself sat waiting. Teenage Simon in the third row, middle-aged Simon near the aisle, an elderly version I would never become, hands folded in his lap. They turned as one, made space in the center row. I sat down. The fabric smelled like dust and old popcorn, familiar, exactly as I remembered from my living days. The vinyl squeaked under my weight. My other selves didn't speak. They didn't need to. We'd all reached this moment eventually. But here's what I hadn't expected. Movement in the control booth window above. Another figure stumbled into view. His hands were shaking. He was listening to something, a recording maybe. His face twisted in confusion, then horror. I recognized that expression. I'd worn it myself. How many loops ago? The new Simon pressed his palms against the glass. Above us, the projected stars began to shift. They crawled across the dome in deliberate patterns, spelling words in constellations I'd memorized 8 months ago. You are not alone in your ending. I understood then. I wasn't trapped. I was the show, the memorial, the eternal witness.